It is started. So for y'all online, what we're going to do for questions is I will pause periodically. Please keep your microphones muted, and also you can put your questions in the chat and we'll record those questions. And we have a couple of people who are monitoring our chat here. And if y'all can just raise your hand if you have a question, I will do my best to repeat the question because our microphones are up front. So you be aware of that. I'm going to minimize, for those of you in the room, minimize some stuff here so that I can see the slides and you can see the slides. All right. All right, so welcome to the Fall 2025 Funding Application Workshop. I'm Jennifer Haney, and I am the staff liaison for our State Water Infrastructure Authority. And the other thing I do, kind of the other half of my job mainly, is to prepare application trainings. Is one of my favorite things that I do during the year. And I'll do some other stuff, but it allows me to get out in the field. It allows me to talk to consultants and local governments who are applying to our programs. So again, let's see, I've talked about logistics for those in the room, talk about questions online. So we do have folks who are monitoring. I'm going to go ahead and make some introductions. So let me see. I have here Shadi Eskov, who is our division director. He is here helping me kind of monitor chat and hear what we're talking about. And then I have, let's see, Kavita is in the back. Kavita Ambikadevi is our section chief, and she is going to be talking about our Helene drinking water, wastewater systems, and maybe drinking water today, maybe not. She may be tag teaming with Tripti Desai, who will be here later. Tripti is our one of our wastewater project unit supervisors, and she will be doing our drinking water, wastewater priority systems. And then we see over here in the room as well, we have Bob Taylor. Bob is in our Bible Utilities unit and has been doing a lot with our systems out west who have been really impacted by Hurricane Helene. And then at the back, we have probably one of our newest staff members, Biao Li. Biao is Biao Li. He is new to our wastewater projects unit. And then we have Karen Britt, who is wastewater projects unit. She is now one of our veterans. You've been with us for how long? Just over 2 years, and I'll call her a veteran now. And then we have Susan Wallace in the back. And Susan is in our Vital Utilities unit, but she's also part-time in the Funding Services unit. But she does a lot of work on our distress designations. And then a couple more folks who will be joining us later. I mentioned Tripti. And then also Tony Delgado will be coming in this afternoon to talk about our Vital Utilities program and our planning priority rating systems. And then also David Zucchini will be talking about lead services.
Eric.
I'm sorry?
Eric.
Eric is not in the room right now. So Eric Karras is our CDBGI, one of our CDBGI guys. So I'm mixing this and matching this a little bit. This is our schedule. We have a full day today. My goal is to get us out by 5. I know no one wants to be here Friday at 5, but this is important information for y'all to take in. So, we'll flip through it as fast as we can. And again, though, I do want to take time for questions if we have questions. So please feel free to raise your hand metaphorically, online, or physically in the room. So your handouts, if you are in the room, you have 2 sets of handouts. One of them is the presentation. It was actually too big to put in the packet itself. But then we have our agenda. We have our 2 types of applications. We have our rolling and our what I call our common or semi-annual, plus our priority rating system tables. We did not print out any of the guidances for those tables. Those are for your use in the room as we're going through. So it starts kind of in order of the presentation. So we'll start with Helene and then the blood service line. For those of you who are online, please just pull up the guidances. You'll find all of the tables at the end. We have our 2 forms that we're going to be briefly talking about, Vital Utility Reserve and SRP eligibility forms. And then 1 sheet. This is something that I think is really good. I know I was talking with someone here in the room about working on a flow chart for clients, and this might be a good resource for you to have. Essentially, it's literally 1 sheet. It may fill on 2 pages. But you can pull them apart, make copies however you want, get them to your clients if you're a local government. Do we have any local governments in the room here? One, yay, welcome. But those, you can take them to your decision makers and say, hey, here are the programs, and we can pull them apart. We can make copies, whatever we want to with them. Everything else is in the green box, that link in the green box. This presentation will be put up online probably next week. We have a copy of it online already for those of you who are online. But we did do some small updates here this morning, so we'll make sure that this version that's right here on my laptop will make it up online next week. So stand by for that. We will also be posting the recording. I can't say how long it will take to get it up there because once I put it in our SharePoint site, it's out of my hands. But you can check back with me though. All right, I've already made staff introductions. So I'll just go through who's in the room. We have one local government. Is everyone else a consultant? Okay, great. I think everyone else is a consultant. Online, don't worry about it because I can't see you. For those of you who are in the room, how many are brand new to this? Okay, we got a couple, yay. And everyone else, raise your hand if you're a veteran. So I have to joke because I think it was one of our Western trainings, like a quarter of the room said I'm new, a quarter of the room said I'm a veteran. I'm like, do the rest of y'all not know? So it's kind of funny when that happened. All right, so if you're new, it's going to feel like you're drinking out of a fire hose, and I apologize. One of the things we put in there is a list of acronyms in your handout pack. Pull that out, set it aside. We start sending to talk of acronyms. If you're like, hey, I don't know what this is, raise your hand and we'll stop and we'll define it. Because we're comfortable with this. We know the language as far as the acronyms. Y'all may not be familiar with it, and I want to make sure that you are comfortable with it by the end of the day. Okay, program overviews. I'm going to give you kind of a 50,000-foot view, and then we're going to go into just more of the details for the rest of the day. So a couple of things to know before you go. For our semi-annual application, the due date is Tuesday, September 30th by 5 p.m. That's for our semi-annual application, the one that covers our drinking water, wastewater programs, planning programs, CDBGI. So please be aware of that. We have rolling applications, and you can see on the screen, those are for the rolling application. Essentially, a rolling application is you can submit it anytime during the year. We have what we call cutoff dates because at some point we have to draw the line, take what we receive by that point, review it, and get it to our authority. That's why they're called cutoff dates. If you miss a cutoff date, like, we'll talk about August 1st, it's already happened, of course, don't worry about it. You have till November 3rd. Whatever applications we have in-house by November 3rd, we'll review and take to our authority in December. So that's kind of how cutoff dates work. And again, I talked about our one sheet, so I think we're good on that. Funds available. This is a pretty busy slide. I will let y'all online look at it on your screens, and those in the room, you have it in your handouts. One thing to note is not including SRF Helene funding. I did not have room on this slide without shrinking the font down to like 10-point font to put the Helene funding on here. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes. So stay tuned for Helene funding. Couple of things to note. Viable utility reserve is back at $50 million. So that is for any system that is designated as distressed. Yes, ma'am. Appropriation. Okay. Yeah, so she wanted to know the statutory reference for that appropriation. So Shadi. Trying to find it. Yeah, like what the appropriated. Yeah. I'll let Shadi explain that one.
Okay, so the question is where, like the VUR funding, where that's coming from. That's not coming from new appropriations. We have funds internally that we're able to use for the Vital Solutions.
You're taking funds in the past year.
We have funds for VUR.
Yeah. And also for the state reserve program, same mechanism. We have $30 million in grants for the state reserve program, $30 million in loan. A caveat on the $30 million in grants. About a week before the authority meeting in July, the legislature passed a law, 2025-26, I think, that essentially prioritized, yes, thank you, Vince, for pointing that out on the screen. Yes, it essentially said any state reserve program grant has to be prioritized first toward the mountains. And it's probably going to be mainly construction. Not my favorite, especially when I go down east, like yesterday and Tuesday, or excuse me, yesterday and Wednesday, and said, hey, this is all prioritized toward the mountains, but that's the way the law set it up. We'll talk about that a little bit later when we talk about the SRP eligibility form. So just be aware of that. I know we're doing this for Helene and, for the western and the eastern part, since we have so many people out west. Just be aware of that. Again, we'll talk about it in a little bit in more detail. And then I think everything else is our standard acts. We have our semi-annual programs are pretty much up here. These are our rolling minus the Helene, which we'll get to in a couple of minutes. So many of you who are veterans are very familiar with these limits. They have not changed much. The ones I do want to point out, first off, for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, $25 million per applicant per round limit. For the wastewater, it's $35 million per applicant per limit. I don't think anyone, there are like 3 or 4 local governments who are carrying that $200 million SRF cap. They know who they are. So just be aware that that is out there. I think most people, though, in this state are not even close to it. So just want you to be aware it's in there. For the Viable Utility Reserve, it is 100% grant. Again, it's 100% state grant, which is nice. And the way that we're working it right now is limiting it to $5 million per project for construction and $400,000 per LGU for the AIAs and other planning grants. What's nice about this is you can actually use it for rate studies, like pure rate studies, which is pretty cool. Trick is you have to be distressed and you have to be under that cap that's in our statute of $15 million. And then our construction grants, I'll let y'all read that. A couple of notes here on the AIAs and MRFs. There's a little asterisk there. That's because in December, our authority made a recommendation to the legislature to increase those limits. Like the AIAs would go up from $150,000 to $225,000 every 3 years for project type. MRFs would go up from $50,000 every 3 years to $75,000 every year. We don't have a budget yet. We don't know if that's going to come through. Yes, ma'am.
Quick question. Would you recommend that applicant more than the current tax?
Yes. 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 So the question is, sorry, Shadi's like, what's the question? The question is, would you recommend, and we'll talk about, I think Tony's going to talk about this later. I'll go ahead and mention it because it's okay to say it twice. If the limits do go up, how essentially do applicants handle that? The way that we're suggesting is the funding requested amount should still say like at $150,000, but put your project cost up to that limit. And if the budget comes through, even if it's like December, and you set your scope up to where you can go higher, like that project cost listed on the application is higher, then we can accommodate that, and we'll accommodate that as we can. So that's the way that we've talked, and Matthew's recommending. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so our amount requested should still current.
Yes.
The application
Right.
will be considered if legislation.
Yes. Yes. So the clarifying was amount requested should reflect 150. Go ahead and do like 225 for project cost. Vince.
I'm going to point out the same thing. Historically, the Sweeto would not award more than the estimate.
Right.
So what's the downside of requesting 225? Project costs that add up.
It was,
If you only get 150, you get 150.
right. I mean, that's yes.
I feel very strange getting more money than we asked.
Uh-huh.
That was not this or that.
Yeah. So the historic practice Vince was just saying is that you would ask for the funding requested. That's another way to do it. What you want to be careful of is to make sure that you're setting your project up. So say if you're saying funding requested at 225, and we say, sorry, we're stopping at 150 because we can't go higher. set it up so that you can lop off the extra part of that scope, if that makes any sense. Yes, Shadi?
I'm muting myself online as well. So yeah, both of them will be optional. Either way would work. So if you're putting in 150 and the limit can go up above that based on statutes, just make sure that your project cost shows the maximum of what you would need and make it clear in the application. In the project description, say we're requesting 150, but if we can get more, we would like to get more. Alternatively, what you're suggesting also works. If you're just putting in the full request, you might want 225,000 or 250,000. And if this legislation allows it, great. And if legislation doesn't allow it, then we will just cap and award what is eligible. Either way would work. Just make it clear in the application. I know we're just kind of in this pending legislation, so it's hard to tell. Either way, just make your application clear in the project description.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Oh no, we just lost everything. Okay, bear with me, y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna unshare and reshare, so bear with me. Share screen. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Okay. We are not sharing yet, sorry. That's okay. All right. Now, are we sharing? Can y'all see online? Okay. All right. Those were good questions, by the way. And it's just tricky. I wish we had a budget that we could say, hey, yeah, we're good. Okay, I am not, hang on. Okay. Excellent. Do this. Sorry, y'all. I like to see that I'm actually sharing on my screen. Okay, let's service leasing up here. Okay, so what's new since spring of 2025? We've expanded our rolling application types to include our Helene funding, SRF Helene. You may hear us say SAM funding. That's a long, huge acronym. I say use SRF Helene. That's kind of the way it's easier to say, essentially. So we have 2 priority rating systems. We'll talk about those later. We also updated our local government unit indicators as per our typical during the summer is when we update them. They will stay consistent until next summer. And then we also have this new eligibility form for the State Reserve Program that I will talk about later. All right, lead service line replacement projects. The rolling deadlines, obviously August is passed, so we'll be considering in November cutoff date for December. And you can see the funding caps here for the different project types. Essentially, replacement is more than inventory for funding caps. And David will talk about this more later today. All right, SRF Helene funding. You remember I showed you that big table and said that does not include SRF Helene funding. Here's what we have. There's a lot more for drinking water than wastewater. That's the way the legislation came out. 22.5 million for decentralized wastewater systems. You'll hear DWTS. Again, here are the cutoff dates for the Helene applications. The next one y'all will want to focus on is November 3rd. So you've got a little bit of time. If you're thinking about putting in an application, to go ahead and get it in, do a good job on it, etc. So I'm very glad we have this funding. I think it's a unique program. I think it's going to do a lot of good, but just keep these in mind. After November, it'll be January for our February meeting, and then March will be the last cutoff date. So I guess you would call that one a deadline. So be aware of that. And we'll talk about everything else in the Helene module coming up in just a few minutes. Actually, after this pop quiz, so I'll do this. Don't know how we can do it online. You can throw your trues or falses in the chat. But SRF Helene funding is being offered on a rolling basis. Important to know. Y'all True or false? Say, I have a thumbs up for true. You can look on your presentation too. Matthew did that, not me. Yes, it is true. I'm seeing a lot of truths online. Thank you. The following is new, like completely new this round. That's a hint. What's completely new this round of these three? Seeing a D. Anyone else? Yes, it's a C. The SRP eligibility form, we actually had the viable utility reserve eligibility form last fall because we had viable utility reserve money. All right, when are the non-rolling semi-annual fall 2025 applications due? Anyone? B, 5 p.m. on September 30th. Yes. So please do be cognizant of that. Please, please, pretty please, for the love of sweet tea and hush puppies, be cognizant of that. All right, I'm going to pass it off to Kavita, and she's going, yes, Daddy, questions?
Let's go back to the AIA section of the presentation. The SRP funding, specifically the AIA funds that are not for the stress or BUR units, only be available for the Western counties identified in the.
It's very tricky. We are having to prioritize up to Western Park for that ball first. If we have any left over, we will work and put them into the AI. And I think most of that's going to be going into construction, if not all of it.
Yeah, Jen's right. So that's how that's going to work. The SRP grants, we have $30 million. And we prioritize the construction projects for Western North Carolina that's related to Hurricane Helene damages, so whatever qualifies under session law. We'll fund those projects first up to their limits. And then if there's any funding available left, that will be applied to the AIs and MRFs, but the AIs and MRFs will not be prioritized based on Western North Carolina. It is across the board for all the AIs and MRFs. It's just a matter of, are we going to have funding available to get to that point?
All right. Okay. So I'm going to turn this back to Kavita, and she will walk us through the Helene funding. And like I said, we will take a break, 10-minute break after the wait, can't even talk anymore. I've done this 6 times. This is my 6th time, by the way. After the drinking water, wastewater priority rating system, we will take a 10-minute break. There we go. I can talk now. There you go, Kavita.
Take a break, Jen. Good morning, y'all. Let's go through the SRF Helene funding. Here, I know this is recorded and also online, people are listening. In Western North Carolina, when we did this, the prior, like end of May, we went there as a road tour and we presented, when this funding program. So most of the people there in Western North Carolina was familiar with this funding program. So we were like kind of, going probably, a little bit faster. But then they had a lot of questions. But here I'll make sure I cover things like, each slide will go through the, the program specifics so that you might not be familiar with the SRF Helene funds yet. This is what happened, right? September 2024, Helene hit in our Western North Carolina. Following that, on December 21st, 2024, Congress has passed this American Relief Act that provided money in the SRF program to help with SRF Helene, to help with Helene recovery. And EPA called this fund as special appropriation for hurricanes Milton, hurricanes Helene, Milton, and wildfires of Hawaii. But we call in North Carolina, we call it SRF Helene because that's the only storm, fortunately, that got affected North Carolina. So we call SRF Helene is the same as SRF SAM. SAM is special appropriation for hurricanes Helene, Milton, and wildfires of Hawaii. In that I think it's about a $3 billion allotment nationwide for the affected communities, affected states. And North Carolina received about $253 million towards a Clean Water State Revolving Fund and 409 through Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. One new funding program that got introduced through the SRF Helene is Decentralized Wastewater Treatment System Funding Program, where we can fund the septic systems directly. So that is about $22.5 million into the Clean Water SRF Fund to address decentralized wastewater treatment systems. Since these funds are coming through our SRF program, projects have to be SRF eligible, as well as there is some extra, qualifier in there. It must be in an SRF Helene affected or Helene impacted area, plus the proposed project must reduce the flood or fire damage risk. In this case, the flood risk, and then also reduce the vulnerability to enhance resilience. This should also reduce the vulnerability to flood or enhance resiliency. So that's the main theme of this our SRF program here, SRF Helene funds here. It has to be Helene impacted area, and it has to be SRF eligible, and it should incorporate flood resiliency into the project scope. Those are the 3 conditions under which you can apply for the Helene funds. This is listed here. And if you have a repair or recovery project, that is also eligible, as long as the project scope incorporates some of the, resiliency criteria or flood risk reduction of flood risk criteria put into the project. There are some specifics for our SRF Helene program. This is managed a little differently, and we have an IUP intended use plan out there, and the public comments we received till end of June. And with the public comments, we made a couple of corrections or edits to our program specifics, and this is how we are going to finalize our intended use plan. So the intended use plan is finalized, but it is not posted in our website yet. So whatever I'm saying here in this presentation would be the correct information. That would be the ones that you will use for applying for these funds. And these funds are offered very heavily principal, a lot of principal forgiveness is offered through this program. And principal forgiveness is a little bit complicated how we are going to manage in here. And that will be discussed in a separate slide. But here the other details, like whichever, if you have a repayable loan portion, it would be typically 20 years. Same with SRF program. You can go up to 30 years, provided you can show documentation that those the infrastructure the age of the infrastructure is more than 20 years. So as long as you can prove that during the engineering report phase, you can go up to the 30-year term. These funds are offered 0% interest to all applicants, regardless of affordability criteria. The loan will be offered at 0% interest rate. And all the loans must be approved by local government commission, even if an utility or an applicant is getting 100% principal forgiveness, their audits must be current. That's a new requirement. Now, it's not just for the Helene. If we are extending that requirement to all our funding programs. So please make sure if you are coming to our funding program, regardless of grant or principal forgiveness or loan funds, your audits must be current. It doesn't have to be current on the day of application. You will have a year to do that. So before you get your funding offer. Yes.
So you said a year, but it's based on project moves faster than a year, they have to have their office in line. Right?
That is correct. The question is, I mentioned the audits must be placed at least within a year. But if the project is moving forward faster, and if the project is requesting money from us, yes, that is the requirement must be, that it will be part of our first payment checklist. So before you get that first payment, you will have to have all the audits submitted to the local government. We don't review for problems. It just must be current. All right, thank you. There is some initial potential funding caps introduced to these funds. I just want to mention one more thing. When we went out to Western North Carolina introducing this funding program, we also requested applicants submit a pre-applications to us just to gauge the need out there, and the response we got was very much overwhelming. So it was about over $1.5 billion needs. So because of that, since our funding is $680 some million, we decided to put an initial cap to these applicants. So that is like this, $5 million per applicant for wastewater projects. So please note that it is not per project, it is per applicant. So if an applicant submits 2 applications, that is total less than $5 million, they will get that $5 million based on, there is some, the criteria that they can get 100% PF. But then this is for the cap for whatever, regardless of principal forgiveness, the cap is $5 million per applicant for clean water program. That cap is $10 million for drinking water program per applicant. So if you have drinking water project and clean water project submitted to us by a same local government unit, you can get $50 million in total. Yes, Kristen?
Is that per funding round or per applicant total?
I'll come to that. The question was, is that per funding round or applicant total? I'll come to that in a bit. Okay, hold on. So these are the initial caps, and what we are doing is we are receiving applications on a rolling basis, right? So the first cutoff date was August 1st, and the next one is going to be November 3rd. And the one that is March 3rd cutoff, the projects that we receive by that date will be presented to the authority on the April SWIA meeting, April 16th SWIA meeting. So during that meeting, just before that, staff will evaluate all the projects once more. So that's the time we are going to reallocate whatever funds we had left over after awarding those, I think, 3 or 4 rolling rounds. Then we go back and increase the request. So that time you can go above the cap. So the caps going above the caps will happen only after April SWIA meeting. Is that correct? Is that clear, Kristen? So we will go back based on the priority of those projects. We'll go back and increase.
Yeah, I guess that's not really my. Someone applied for August 1st.
They will not get it per applicant until that time. Until April round, that is the cap. And
So at April SWIA, if there were funds left after the March, after you evaluate all the March, at that point, at the April SWIA meeting is when you will increase other projects at the same time as awarding more.
That is correct. And so our goal is to award all the money, all the $685 million by April SWIA meeting. That is the goal. I repeat, that's our goal. Okay. All right. So these funds will also apply towards the cap, the $200 million debt to the SRF program. So right now we have any local government can only have a $200 million debt to the drinking water SRF program or clean water SRF program. So you will think that's a huge amount of money. these awards will also count towards that, but we do have a couple of bigger utilities that is approaching or kind of approached that limit. So just want to make sure these awards will also be subject to that debt cap. There is another thing, it is new, not new for drinking water program, but it's new for the clean water program. We have a 30% funds reserved for small systems serving up to 10,000 people. So that is one of the requirements for the drinking water SRF. However, after receiving a lot of public comments asking us to kind of expand that 30% reserve to clean water program, we made that change. So now, even for clean water SRF, we are reserving up to 30% of the funds for utilities that serve up to 10,000 people. And as our regular SRF program, we have to charge a loan fee, that is 2% loan fee. And in the what is different for SRF Helene funds is you can use our funds to pay the closing fee. So if you are familiar with our SRF program, you have whenever we are invoice you for the 2% closing fee, you have to come up with that outside of the project cost, outside of your funding award. But in this case, you can use our funds to pay us back. Yes.
Both drinking water and clean water.
The question is for both drinking water and clean water, can we use the closing fee paid from the funds? The answer is yes. For both clean water and drinking water, and also decentralized wastewater treatment system, we will hear about it in a minute. You can include 2% closing fee as one of their budget items and include that in the award. Okay. And since these funds are coming from SRF, the federal cross-cutters that apply to SRF program apply to these SRF Helene funds as too, except BABA, Build America, Buy America, is exempted from this fund. So that is a very good news. Still, we need to do an engineering report, environmental information document evaluation approval, and also do an American Iron and Steel review, and also the project must be subject to Davis-Bacon wage rates. So all those things that you are familiar with our SRF program still applies to SRF Helene funds. The exception is BABA. One new thing, a good thing, is this earlier disbursements. If you are familiar with our SRF program, we will not be issuing you any funds prior to contract execution. Here, since everybody is getting a minimum 30% principal forgiveness, that we will, I'll discuss it later, but everybody is getting 30% principal forgiveness regardless of their size and affordability. We could make this change, like 15% of the funding award can be dispersed prior to contract execution. So this should be for the cost associated with planning and design. So, of course, it has to meet the first payment checklist items, including a valid agreement in place for your engineering contract. So those things has to be met, but this is a new thing, and hopefully this will help out the Helene affected communities to start the design plan of the project. And here, this one more time reiterating, no repayable loan will be dispersed without local government commission's approval. Another thing is, since these are Helene, projects, we are aware most of these projects must be in planning, and other funding agencies must be involved, including FEMA and EDA. So we have to make sure, or the applicant has to make sure, no duplication of funding is used here. So if you are claiming for SRF, please make sure that you are not getting paid from the other funding agencies. It can be like, it is okay if you have a project with FEMA and you don't know if they're going to get, pay you or not, if it is even eligible for other funding program. In that case, you can still apply to SRF, but, you will be asked to certify that you are not taking money for the same scope from other agencies. So in case if you are receiving funds from other agencies for the scope that we paid for, we require you to pay us back as soon as possible. So that will be, discussed and finalized later once you receive your funding. Any questions on that? All right. This is the infamous or famous principal forgiveness slide that I've been talking about. Just to, put it, it's, maybe I'll go from bottom up. Here, everybody starts with a 30% principal forgiveness and 70% loan for SRF Helene funds. Here, applicants designated as distressed or applicants with less than 20,000 residential connections and 2 or more LGU indicators worse than state benchmark will receive first 5 million in 100% principal forgiveness, and then the remainder at 75% principal forgiveness and 25%. Yes, I see several hands go up. That is expected. So I can take Kristen first, and then I'll come to the online. Yeah.
About being eligible for 100% principal forgiveness versus 100%.
Mhm.
Eligible or is it guaranteed?
If you are eligible and we have the money, it is guaranteed. If we have the money, so how can we give you funds if we don't have the money?
Right, so that's, I just kind of wanted to clarify at the initial training. But it is going to operate more like a standard funding round where if you have the money, you'll get as much as you'll get what you're eligible for in those areas.
Yes, and in this case, I think if we should be like we should have it at least for the first few rounds. We should have it.
I
Shari?
just want to add to that just to clarify the availability question. So if we get a lot of applications, everybody qualifies for 100% PF, but we don't have the funds available to fund everybody, then we're only going to fund those that are eligible with the 100%, and then we run out of funds. So there are some applicants, we can't guarantee you're going to get the funding if we don't have the funding available. So that's trying to clarify a little bit what Kavitha was trying to say.
Right, it just operates like a normal funding.
Right,
Basically,
exactly. There's a cutoff line.
And you'll basically, if you have $5 million, you're giving them $5 million, but if you don't, then you won't.
Correct.
Can Susan ask the question next? Yeah.
Can it be used to replace existing DWI funds?
Can it be used to replace existing DWI funding? All right. I don't think so because, we want, if, let me see. DWI existing funding. So they wanted to replace the loan money with the grant money. Our policy is that if your project is fully funded, you will not be considered for more funding. That is the policy, and I'm going to kind of reiterate that at this point. And there might be some changes coming. I don't know. We will take your request as when it comes after talking with the leadership. Shadi, you want to add anything on it?
Yeah, that's an important question. So the policy remains. If SWE has already fully funded your project, we'll only consider applications for any additional funds that you need. Now, if the applicant says, I want to decline the original award, I'm going to decline the loan, you do that before we meet with SWEA. So that way we know that you no longer have the SWEA awards, and now it looks like a new application for us.
Thank you, Shadi. Vince?
So to return to the previous question, I think that the difference between this and the regular SRF is that for the Helene money, you do not have a defined share of PF. So if everybody is eligible for 100%, everybody gets 100%. So nobody gets any money. Is that the fundamental difference?
That is partially correct. We have to meet the minimum 30%. That's all they say in the implementation memo. So that is correct. Let me see. The fundamental difference between the regular SRF and Helene regarding the eligible and receiving the principal forgiveness. In our fundamental SRF program, we have a particular, I think,
Sure.
a share. Yeah, it's like a criteria between 10% and 20% or 20% and 30% of the funds must be awarded by, through principal forgiveness. So there is a maximum that they limit us before, more than that, you cannot do it. That's why there is a, available amount of principal forgiveness is limited. But this one is not limited like that. It's only limited by our IUP. Is that clear? Okay. That's the first one, right? The second one, what if you have more than 20,000 residential connections, but less than 40,000 residential connection, and still your LGU indicators are 2 or more worse than the state benchmark. In this case, you will receive 50% PF and 50% loan. So is that clear? 50% principal forgiveness, 50% loan, 0% interest rate. And all applicants less than 20,000 service population will get first 5 million as 100% PF, regardless of their affordability or LGU indicators, and the remainder at 30% PF and 70% loan. So the first one is if you are distressed, you will get $5 million. That's only applicable to SRF Helene. I just want to make sure because there was some misunderstanding that happened with the applicants before. In our regular SRF program, if you are just distressed, will not make you eligible to get 100% PF. There should be other criteria like rates that needs to meet for that. So this, please do not mix the PF eligibility or PF calculator or PF estimator for the SRF Helene with our regular funding program. This is 2 different standalone IUPs. It's defined differently. So do not confuse with this principal forgiveness eligibility with your base program. Next one is the decentralized wastewater treatment system funding. Again, the same big bullet point supply, right? It has to be an SRF eligible because it's coming through our clean water SRF program. So it has to be an SRF eligible project. And it also increase resiliency to flooding. And potential to connect homes. So if you are served by a septic system that has got impacted by Helene and a public sewer is able to connect them, this is like automatically we assume it is a resilient project. At the same time, if the local government is SRF eligible entity and coming to us to extend sewer for this damaged system, that can also be eligible to receive the SRF, clean water SRF funds, and that is a bigger pot of money rather than this 22.5 million. So there is multiple ways to get that project funded. Project must be in Helene affected areas. FEMA disaster declared counties are automatically considered as Helene affected areas. So if your county is not an FEMA disaster declared county, you have to provide proof such as flooding pictures or evaluation reports or whatever you can support your claim of Helene affected area. And repair and replacement of decentralized wastewater treatment systems or on-site septic systems are eligible as long as flood resilience is improved in those projects. Applicant eligibility. So the eligibility of these, the applicants who receive decentralized wastewater treatment system funding is expanded by statute now. The local government units and the counties and water sewer district can apply. They are the by default eligible applicants. and nonprofit wastewater utilities and community development finance institutions, that is CDFIs, or nonprofits that provide financing assistance to homeowners to repair or replace decentralized wastewater treatment systems in North Carolina can be eligible to receive these funds directly from us. So that's new. So CDFIs and some COGS who helps with these type of projects can be the applicant to this funded program. Eligible applicant may contract with other organizations like Council of Governments and TA providers to administer funding and interact with homeowners. So that's our suggestion. We would like to see more and more participants, like more and more stakeholders come together to administer this program. So eligible applicant and other TA provider or, COGS or somebody like that who can, go get this project, planned out and help with administration or contract administration and things like that. So we were hoping to see more partnership with these type of funds. Any questions? We will have more, regarding the central wastewater treatment system later in the slides too. These are some example projects. So you will be wondering, how can I incorporate resiliency for a septic system, right? So these are some of the things. I will let you read through the slides. Mainly like, if you can protect against future flooding or power outages, then, you can claim resiliency. Here, one thing to note is the assessing the planning and potential to connect to central sewer or other improved management is eligible. So you can submit a planning project. When we review the priority rating system, you will see type of projects. So planning projects are eligible under this. Some program specifics for the decentralized program. It is totally different from our SRF Helene programmatic specifics too. Here, all funds are 100% PF, so you don't need to worry about affordability calculator, size of the unit, or anything like that. All funds we receive, the award would be 100% principal forgiveness. Again, 2% closing fee is required by statute, and that can be paid from the funding award. And up to 7% of the budget can be used for grant administration. And residents may not be charged for the funded work. So everything, including if you are providing public sewer to their house, it should be up to the house, and then whatever cost that is needed to dismantle their septic system, those costs. So all costs must be paid out of the project. You should not charge any to the homeowner. So project proposing to remediate decentralized wastewater treatment system must detail how the project team will ensure meeting 50% threshold. So this is more like a priority rating system, 1A, 1B thing. We will discuss that. It's a little bit of like, how you are, continuously proving that you are meeting that threshold. There is a way to do that. And I think Bob is the one who's covering the PRS for the centralized wastewater treatment system today, and he will cover that. And if not, we can have a discussion at that. With every SRF funds, like all these days, we really reiterate that funds must be expended in an expeditious and timely manner. So that also applies to this, and that's actually more very much applies here, because we know those type of projects, decentralized projects, are not ready and waiting to use this money. So there is a lot of planning work that goes along with it. So considering that, if you are submitting a funding application to us, make sure you have enough resources in place to get the project moving as soon as you get the funding award. Yes, Kristen?
So like a consulting firm could plan to have resources to like do all of the, but with all this money, all the hard work, these rapid budget next year, line. There's not a lot of do Western, or managing to do work. So how flexible is that? If we're making progress, we just contractors.
We are not dependent on the regular sorry, the question is if we are flexible with those deadlines. So I'm going to read the deadlines a little bit and then come to your question. So the way we are, we want to manage these funds is all funds must be spent within 5-year period or by December 2031, whichever comes first. So this is the condition that we are putting towards. We do understand there is a shortage of contractors, but we also understand the people who are busy with doing ARPA works are not going to be the people who are doing this decentralized septic system work. There's going to be a different set of contractors doing, just that changing septic work. That's at least our hope. And also there is the applicants. We are thinking more like, the agencies who are very much familiar with septic systems, and we are also asking people to partner up. So there is a different set of, at least in our mind, we are planning a different set of, we are actually aiming this towards a different set of people. So this might be easier to get to spend that, especially when the funds are only 22.5 million. So if you cannot spend it, that's our ask. If you think you cannot spend it by the deadline, make sure you do not commit too much funds towards that, because there will be more applications that receive, and we will have to evaluate. If you cannot spend it by a certain time, we will have to take it back and give it to someone who is really going with it. Yes, Shadi, you have a online question?
Yeah, just to follow up on that too, that there's not a lot of flexibility with the SRF lean funds, including the decentralized, because we have a timeline to spend the money. Otherwise, the rest of the money goes back to the federal government. So it's not like an indefinite amount of time that we've got to spend this money. That's why you're seeing 5 years of December 3rd, 2031. The state has to spend the money by a certain date. So there's not a lot of flexibility. So everything Kavita said is important, is right, but we need to get this money spent before we lose it.
Right, I guess I'm wondering if that December deadline is like an ARPA deadline or is it drop dead deadline if you haven't spent the money gets on, or because if I have a client that's extending sewer for really septic, that's gonna be the exact same people doing all the other sewer work. It's not gonna be a different. So I guess that's what I'm kind of wondering. I mean, I'm not saying that there's a problem, but I'm saying I'm anticipating that there could be.
Yeah, we hear you. There could be a problem spending this money, but this is also for Helene recovery. How long you can live without it, then that means you don't even need it, right? Of course, we get it. We have ARPA projects with deadlines going on really, hard right now, and everybody is busy with it. That's why we want you to gauge how many projects you can take on, how many, if you can finish it by this deadline and then apply, right? We won't have the flexibility. We wish we had the flexibility, especially with everything going on with the federal government. We have a certain time frame that they want us to spend this money. If we do not spend this money, we have to, give them back the money. So
Next year, but if we actually get this money, get the planning, do all the planning, put together bid packages, right? That's gonna take quite a while, so. Right, but there's another $600 in people, and it's gonna be the same people doing this. Yeah. Worse, and your extension to replace something is not gonna be part of it. Yeah, bigger.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of, that's what I'm trying to get at, is that the consultants, we might have capacity, but we might be totally dependent on getting a contractor. And for some of these small towns, they're getting 0 bids on their first advertisement, they might do that, but we'll get 0 bids.
only thing we can say is start early, start as early as possible to beat the rest of them. So we will talk about it when it reaches that, maybe 26, 27, 28 and reevaluate. But at this point, from what we know from the federal government, this is not going to be extended. less like ARPA. We are all living with ARPA without extending, right? So we know and they know that it is possible. Or, if it's not possible, don't spend the money. So that's the, the thing there out there. Vince?
I am hopeful. Something to depend on one, we don't have the same data. So that's my hope.
Yeah.
I also have no expectation.
Right, but there's still not like. Real chase ARPA funds after this is 36, some of these ARPA funds are being still going. Long after.
So we are discussing, how easy it is to spend by the timeline with all ARPA going. There is multiple, takes here. Some people are hopeful, some people are not hopeful. We just have to move on with the hopeful thing, taking the hopeful thing here. So, all right, so going on. Here, applications are accepted on a rolling basis with cutoff dates. The August 1st deadline is already passed. And the next one would be November 3rd. We are expecting most of our applications to come by that time, where we will make awards during the December 10th SWIA meeting. And then the next round would be Jan 9th, where February 18th would be the SWIA meeting date. And March 2nd, 2026, that is going to be a crucial round, provided the funds have not expended by Jan 9th. So if we have money left over after funding the project that we receive during March 2nd round, that's when I said before, these funds will be going back, and we will be going back and increasing the potential caps that we put together for prior. So there will be increased funding that goes towards the projects that requested if funds are available. The same thing, applications not awarded funding in previous round will automatically receive consideration in the following round, provided you didn't meet the cap. Applications reviewed as is. So if you need to make any revisions, please submit a new application. So we have the application package. We have we have the rolling application, and we updated that rolling application to include SRF Helene in there. So it was for LSL, that service line, and also emerging contaminant studies. Now we added this to SRF Helene drinking water, wastewater, and decentralized wastewater treatment system. So you have to use that rolling application with the appropriate SRF Helene boxes checked. And priority sheet, narrative, and supporting documentation must be submitted. The affordability calculator will be used to calculate some priority points in category 4, but there will be a different estimator, PF estimator, that will let you know how much principal forgiveness eligible. But regardless of that PF estimator, the slide that I showed prior with that principal forgiveness, how we are calculating that would be how we estimate your principal forgiveness. And resolution must be included, and also water and sewer financial forms are needed for the drinking water and wastewater projects, not decentralized projects. Again, fund transfer certification also required if your entity has one, and rate sheets, again, if applicable. So if you have a nonprofit that is just doing a decentralized septic system project, you might not have a rate sheet associated with that. Yes.
About rolling application, that you may be getting into the answer.
Okay. So rolling application, this is how it looks. If you see updated July 2025, that's the right one. This is where you see the red box where we have included what program you are applying to. So the third one would be the fourth one would be the SRF Helene. So you would check if it's a drinking water project, wastewater project, or decentralized project. Yes, Christy?
Sorry, this is actually the means of my question. But so we just heard earlier that applicants do not have to decline existing funding to just apply, because they do have to define before the SWIA meeting. So it currently says that you have to define before the funding award deadline. Are you guys going to update that form? It's at the very bottom. We need it, but I remember.
Yep. Like by funding award, right?
It says by application deadline. So are you going to change it to be before the SWIA meeting, like to?
We might not be changing that, but I think this is going to be a little bit of a special consideration just for the SRF Helene. So in those cases, we might be calling you up directly to ask if you are declining or not. So I don't think we have time to change the sheet now. And since this applies to other funding programs, we are not going to change it. This is not just for Helene, but this also applies to like Service Line and other programs.
So you won't be changing it, but.
There is a special consideration if needed. That is, case by case evaluation. It will not, if we want to put it. Okay. All right, so again, the submittals is electronic. There is a link in our website that documents should be uploaded individually, and there is also a file size here. This is how the next one is priority rating system. So the priority rating system for SRF Helene is different from our base SRF. So you have to get familiarized with our new priority rating system. One thing in common is we do have 4 categories, the same as our base SRF. They are project purpose, benefits, affordability, system management. So that 4 categories remain the same. Just a reminder, your priority PRS or priority rating system we use to prioritize projects for funding for recommendation, and you should claim all the points you can document. You may claim more points than the priority point cap for each PRS section. Include score sheet along with the narrative. Provide all required documentation listed in the guidance. Only the information provided will be considered. So please know that the information provided in the application will be considered. That's the only information will be considered. If we have information regarding your project or your unit of local government from working with you prior, we are not allowed to use that prior knowledge in your application. We will review your application as is.
Sorry, you can claim more points than the.
Yes, I'll come to that and see if I have it. No, okay, because for example, the category 1, you think you get 1A, which is the highest scoring point, but then you also have enough documentation to claim 1C. So in the case where our consensus team determines you do not have the sufficient documentation to claim 1A, if you provided enough documentation to support 1C, we can roll it down. So as long as you claim that and provide the documentation, we can roll it down. So it doesn't mean that you will get about that each cap. The only thing is there is enough information there, so we can roll it down to a lower scoring purpose rather than completely not giving you any purpose points at all. So that's why it is important to claim all. Okay. The guidance is not updated. Actually, this is a brand new guidance we put together in a hurry. So make sure that you read that and follow it through, and we will try to stick with the guidance as much as possible. So that's how it's going to be. I'll let you read through this. What the guidance provides, it's the same. It provides some examples, tips, and we also have 2 sets of guidance. One is for the wastewater and drinking water project program, and one is for the decentralized wastewater treatment system program. Since Our priority rating system is going to be exact same for the both programs, drinking water and wastewater. There is only one guidance. So there is no line items that applies only for drinking water program or only for wastewater program. All line items in our priority rating system for this program applies to both type of projects. We will go through the categories one by one, and in that it will help if you have the second set of documents that you have. And if you take out the clip and maybe it's the the fifth, the one that looks like this with the yellow highlight on top. So if you take that, it's called 2025 SRF SAM funding PRS for drinking water and wastewater projects. So if you have this in your hand and we can follow it through, that will be easier when I go through these categories. So everybody got this? The category 1, purpose, we have the maximum points on that is 50. Claim 1 project purpose. So again, here you can only put the maximum points claimed as one of them, but you can still put like your 1A and 1B and 1C. You can claim and also provide backup information or supporting documentation. So in case you are not qualified for 1A, we will check if you are qualified for 1B. If you are not qualified for 1B, we will check if you are qualified for 1C, and we can roll it down. So that's why it is important. But the total points cannot exceed 50. So you will get only maximum 50 points there. Here, the entire project must meet the claimed project purpose. So 1A is system remains wholly or partially inoperable due to sustained damages. Here it is, if you are not operable, it is easy to say that it is not operable, right? But what does partially operable mean? So we have a definition for partially operable. That is, the system does not meet permit requirements that was meeting prior to Helene, or critical components of the system are damaged and not functioning, or system is operational but with temporary measures. So those are the three criteria that we use to determine if your system is partially operable. So if in those cases, you will get the maximum points of 50. And one of the things that you have to consider is the project must address non-functional components. So to receive 1A, you can document that your system is partially operable, but then if you document your wastewater treatment plant is partially operable, and then you're doing your sewer system somewhere farther down that doesn't have any connection here, might not get that 1A. The documentation that you can use to show the system impact are some like the evaluation reports done immediately after Hurricane Helene, or even recent evaluation to show it is continued, it has a continued damage, or it is operating with temporary measures. And then assessment reports by other agencies are also a good type of documentation. The emails between you and the system or the manufacturers of equipment manufacturers, asking them to come and change whatever it is. So those can be used. The pictures are always good, and most recent documentation to show the system remains at least partially inoperable. So you should have a date on those documents. FEMA resource requests are good way to show that it is still partially operable. Yeah.
Sorry, should picture be timestamped, because a lot of the pictures we have are not.
Pictures be timestamped. The dot of the pictures are not timestamped. I think at least you should add the date in it, because if you're taking with the smartphone, usually it shows the location and the date there. So if you can provide that in your picture as a text box, it should be good if it's not timestamped, Cam.
So if we say in the narrative, we have to application, this would take in the day after. The day, I believe that would be sufficient to back that picture up as being tied to the lien.
If you can say in the narrative that the pictures are taken, whatever the dates or the week or the day after Helene, I'm thinking possibly that could be a good documentation. We have to evaluate how other projects provide their documentation too. And at this point, I am thinking that should be good enough, but as I always say, whatever I am teaching here is just, from our guidance and our priority rating system, and our reviewers are like totally different. And we have 3 different reviews, including consensus review. At that time, our team of funding service unit people will go through the projects and evaluate all the projects at the same level on that round. That's the only thing we can guarantee you. So all this is our guidance. So how we are getting the points, we will make sure all these projects are evaluated under the same guidelines. That's the only thing I can guarantee at this point. Yes.
Okay, I was just gonna ask, because the current guidance is very limited, like emails, letters, damage reports, all had to have dates, but it didn't say anything about photos being have dates, so.
Mhm. Yeah.
Could you add that to the guidance? To make it clear that the photos-
That's again, that I'm saying, if it is very evident and if all the pictures shows if somebody can recognize something like that, but if there is any, if we think it is photoshopped, right? Those cases, the consensus team might have the authority to decide whether it is taken on that day or not. But again, I'm not going to change the guidance at this point to add date, especially because you said most pictures are not time stamped. So that is another way to give a little bit of a flexibility for the applicants as well as the reviewers to use their information, common sense to evaluate a system where they are at this point. We cannot write down everything, and then we kind of probably will use that big picture thing. Yes, Vince?
I'm going to summarize this view here to make sure I understand the applicability. If in the narrative that I present for my project, Figure 1 shows the tree that fell on the clarifier the day of the hurricane. You're saying that may or may not qualify as a dated picture if it is not date stamped on the photo.
I am saying, I'm not confirming now, but it looks like for me it is right now at this point. But without seeing your picture, without seeing your narrative, I'm saying that it can be a way to say that. It might be, yes. So I am not 100% saying if there is going to be but let's cross that bridge when it comes.
Express a hope that presenting it, picture taking.
That should be good enough. Yes, that should be good enough.
Would be
But since it's not, we are not going back to the guidance and changing and saying the pictures, but that is kind of understood as long as, here, another thing we are going to do is as SRF Helene projects, we are going to be, even the consensus team is going to be a little bit more flexible than the other ones. We will look through the requirements and then also see if it makes sense. So we know this Western North Carolina very well. We have people directly working, there, and then there is things that we can confirm or dispute, right, at this point. So don't get hung up on the picture date. I hear you, and we are good with that narrative saying this picture is getting in that date or not. Yes.
So it states that in line item 1A, the most recent documentation from loss emails, letters, operator logs, student resource requests, showing an operability must continue. It does not say the photos.
Well, then photos doesn't need to be dated. It just narrative just needs to say when it happened. Yeah. All right, moving on. This one, 1B. 1B, applicant has an existing Helene emergency bridge loan with the Division of Water Infrastructure. So All of these Helene impacted communities were eligible to receive those bridge loans, and some of them made use of that loan. So we just want to give the units of local governments who had to take a loan from us. We just want to prioritize them a little bit more by awarding the same points as the utilities that are partially operable at this point. So this is a 1B points. That's again 50. The documentation should have an executed funding offer from us. An executed funding offer must be sent back to DWI before the application cutoff date. All available bridge loan funds have already been obligated. So again, I hear you guys, like we got a lot of complaints about that, there was no funds available. It was outside of our hands. The state legislation 2025-26, I think it came in July sometime. They took out 25 million of those bridge loans already committed to us. They took it back. So instead of 100 million, we only have 75 million that was already committed. So we do not have any money in that pot to give to local governments who wants the bridge loan at this point. Then 1C, we feel the most of the system will fall under this. Applicant system is operational but has sustained damages from Hurricane Helene. The documentation is the same, the photos and power outage reports, assessment reports, and all this. The documentation remains the same. Let me move to category 2, project benefits. The total points for project benefits is 40. To claim project benefit points, only a portion of the project must relate to the specific benefit. Points only earned when the applicant identifies direct connection between the project and the type of expected benefit. Narrative must fully describe benefits from the proposed project and how benefits arise from the project purpose. So in under 2, we have 2A1 and 2A2. 2A, there is 2A1 and 2A2. You can only get one of them. So under 1A, you cannot claim 2A1 and 2A2. You can claim, but you will get only one. 2A1 is relocates and/or improves infrastructure to assure continued operation during 500 a flood event, and 2A2 the same for a 100-year flood event. So this should include relocation out of a 500-year or 100-year floodplain, and also can include fortification such as physical barriers and replacing the equipment with new equipment not subject to damage, and the elevating the project components will also count as fortification here. One thing to note is we are not prioritizing moving the infrastructure versus prioritize the elevation or fortification. That's because we do not know, the applicants, some applicants might not have the flexibility of finding that space. So in that case, but please note that the division encourages, getting out of the 500-year floodplain over, living in place and fortifying. That will be checked during engineering report review. So during engineering report review, it will be evaluated that, if there should be a feasibility study done during an alternative analysis, whether it is possible to move the components out of 500-year floodplain or not. Only if you can prove that project components cannot be moved out of 500-year floodplain, you will be, you can design it to fortify or elevate. Correct. Relocation, you can describe the documentation requirement. So again, this is the similar documentation requirement for our base program. The base program will also have a similar line item in there. And I think you guys are familiar with our getting our floodplain points. I'll give you a second for you all to kind of, read through this. Susan, do you have a comment for online? Okay.
One time to complete the program, apply for funds be available for stormwater relief projects for southeastern North Carolina. Our nonprofit HOA. Nonprofit HOA, need of a complete stormwater infrastructure overhaul. We apply on the government to apply with,
Okay, I don't need to repeat the question, right? You were sitting near the chamber? Yeah, okay. So the answer is this SRF Helene funds are only for Western North Carolina affected entities. And for the Eastern North Carolina project, stormwater project, as long as it addresses the quality component, like if you have like a best management practices or some type of a stormwater quality component into the project, it is eligible under current Clean Water SRF program. However, the HOAs are not an eligible entity. They need to come through a local government unit, such as a county or the city, to apply to our program. Is that? You have another question?
some maps of communities have no map floodplain and flooded and damaged during June. To get 2 points, they change 70 required.
The documentation requirement for flood thing, the 2A1 and 2A2 clearly says that, you know, there should be 100-year and 500-year floodplain already done, and it's there from the FRIS map. So in cases we understand there was no, you know, floodplain done there, or it is outside 500-year floodplain and still got flooded, they might not be eligible to get 2A1 and 2A2, but they will be qualified to get the other type of points here because they are damaged and flooded. Any more questions, Susan?
This was just pointing out a sentence in our guidance about case by case, have to get information before the application.
One can do a case by case argument in the absence of points map by using other data,
Other data.
but you have to submit that identified application prior to the application.
Thank you for clarifying that. Uh, 2B is a redundancy resiliency point. This is also similar to other, you know, there is a similar line item in our base SRF. Here we say that including redundancy and resiliency, that should be part of the project description or also part of the narrative. And we also say this should be an increased redundancy or resiliency. It should not be the one that is existing or you are replacing because that is damaged. It should be an improved one. For example, if you are, you know, retrofitting with a backup power, you will get points only if that backup power was not originally there as part of the project. New equipment with backup power will not get the points. So here, I think we have the division have some requests, or at least like we have some priorities. Cybersecurity is one of the things that we encourage people to do as part of cybersecurity assessment, as part of this project. So you can include cost of that part of the project and still claim the redundancy resiliency points. So that's one of the ways to get these points if you already do not have a cybersecurity assessment done for your utility. Now the 2C, the system merger, again, the merger and the regionalization 2C1 and 2C2, exactly the same requirement as our base SRF program. So when we cover our priority rating system for the base SRF, we will cover that, and you can also read through the slides. Yes.
I have a quick question. So with the August 1st deadline, obviously that was a very quick turnaround. If an applicant was able to get like a letter of agreement of partnership, but they weren't able to have a board meeting to pass a motion, I know that they consider things on a case-by-case basis, but in your technical opinion, do you think that that is appropriate for the August 1st deadline that just passed?
Again, you said it, case by case determination, and we usually require a draft agreement in place. So I'm hoping this discussion has already happened. If they have included in the August 1st deadline, it's not the first time they are, thinking about it or talking about it. This discussion has already been happening, and something is already in place. And as you know, there are many, regionalization partnership type of projects that fall through even after the draft agreement is in place. So we will be evaluating whether that partnership will be moving forward or not based on, our knowledge about the system. So in that case, probably a letter of, intent or letter of intent to connect will be good enough if we know that there have been discussions going on, because as you know, our division staff is really involved in these type of communications with utilities. So,
So like if they've done an MRF that evaluated this document before, now we're approved, before, is that along with the letter?
letter would be, that would be good. Yeah, that would be good documentation. All right, 2D is the reduction in energy or water usage. So reduction in energy usage, that's like if your project reduces the energy usage by 20%, that gets extra points. That is also there in our base SR program priority rating system, that's 3 points. We added a new thing with the water usage. So if it reduces horrible water usage at the facility by 20%, if you can document and show calculation and clearly indicating that reduction in usage is more than 20%, you can claim that 3 additional points. And 2E, that is a little bit of more specific to this Helene program. And this is intended to prioritize projects that is replacing or rehabbing components that directly got damaged by Helene. So if you till now, whatever we were discussing, if you're generally affected, you can do a project and then, be eligible to get this money. We want to prioritize projects that specifically addressing something that is damaged by giving extra 10 points as 2E. So to document that, more than 50% of the project construction cost to infrastructure should be used towards the infrastructure that is damaged by Helene. And the project budget must clearly show, which portion is of your project scope is damaged by Helene. Kristen, you have a question? Okay.
So we have received information from the division before the August 1st deadline that interconnection projects, which would help resolve, basically improve infrastructure like overall water damage by the water source, would be considered, right? Not guaranteed rewarded, but would be considered for these projects. That's still the case. The guidance never did not publish anything about interconnection. So if a case was made for improvement of infrastructure, because like the raw water intake or improvement plan was damaged by the meeting, is the division still intending to consider those cases?
That is correct, because if that is you couldn't hear it, the thing was. Okay. The question was if the interconnection projects, or if, for example, raw water interconnection, if the project application can document that this whatever the pipe, the raw water intake pipe got damaged, now they are interconnecting with another utility to help with that situation. So in this situation, in this example, it's a perfect scenario to get these points because, you have a damaged thing and you are addressing that exact damaged thing, and 100% of the cost is going towards that damaged thing. So as long as you make it clear in your narrative and show the cost estimate and showing that saying 100% or whatever, 80%, 90% of the project cost is towards addressing that damaged infrastructure, it will be eligible to receive, or at least it will be considered by our consensus team. So please know that I am not talking on behalf of our consensus team. They'll also be reading the same guidance, interpreting and making sure all projects in one round is evaluated based on the same criteria. All right, category 3, system management. Again, this is the same as our, not same actually, this is just a little bit different. 3A, 3A is a flood resiliency action plan. So these points can be received, that's about 5 points, if you have a flood resiliency action plan in place. So we have worked with an agency, an internal DEQ agency who is in charge of this floodplain action plan. And what the information we received from them is, I think 2 or 3 basins are done. Their planning document is done, and it's not available for the entire North Carolina yet. But somehow we want to make sure to put this in our priority rating system to help with their effort, right? For them to tie on something to show, the local governments, okay, if you do this, there is a better chance for us to get funding from DEQ. So we also included the similar line item in our base program too. So we know that, the local government units might not have that in place at this point. So that's perfectly fine. If this is a priority rating system, you don't need to score, 140, 30 points to receive money. But again, we want people to kind of think about it, and we encourage, the local governments being prepared for and using that blueprint and come up with the flood resiliency action plan. Yes. Vince has a question.
Will there be that is reviewing and approving, not approving those flood resiliency action plans? Or are they such plans going to be evaluated? And again, this is a future, but there is no such thing yet. Are they going to be evaluated solely by the priority review for DWI?
All right.
Is there a canonical good plan or not?
No, the narrative in the guidance, if you look, we provided some, some bullet points on what needs to be included. That came from the agency who prepared blueprints. So we have discussed with them what it needs to be included, but our applications will be reviewed by our reviewers. It will not go back to the, reviewing agency as of now. But, this is a new priority rating system that we introduced. It can go through changes with public comments, in the coming rounds. But at this point, today, in this round, if you submit an application, we are not going to take this to the blueprint reviewing agency to get their opinion on. We will review it based on our discussions with them and them providing us the list of things to be looked at when you are reviewing such a plan. Yes.
So it seems that projects which received LASI funding and were either intending to create some kind of stormwater management plan or with road construction projects, but also a lot of the requirements in this seem to overlap. So could someone working on LASI stormwater plan modify their scope of work slightly to meet these requirements if they're already developed?
That's totally up to the local government unit. As long as, you give us what we are required in the guidance and, the reviewers are satisfied with your writing, we will be giving your points. And then how you're doing it, if you're taking your, other plans and, editing it and making it better or incorporating some other together and it's part of another plan, that's all totally up to the local government on how to do it. All right, the other one in 3, the 3B points, that's the last category 3 system management points are 4. Applicant has an emergency preparedness, response, or recovery plan and assess in the proposed project area and the assets in the proposed project area covered in the plan, or proposed project will develop an emergency preparedness, response, or recovery plan. So this is again, it's in anticipation. If your project, your local government unit is thinking about preparing a plan, you can include that as one of the scope items in the project and get those points. But only the catch is when the project is executed, we will ask for that a copy of that plan. So if you do not give us a copy, or if you do not make efforts to get someone, ready to make that plan, we have to go back, reduce this 5 points that we gave you, then go back and evaluate if you would have gotten funding with that reduced points. It's like a really big mess situation. So I really encourage, if you are claiming projects, some line items saying that you will do this and this, please make sure that is included into the project scope. So we don't need to go back and edit anything later. And category 4, affordability, that's the last one. This is, I think everybody is familiar with category 4. It's the same as our base SRF program. You can get points under 4A. It can be 4A1 through 4A3, points ranging from 8 to 2 based on your residential connection. So being, if you have 1,000 or less a connection, you will get 8, or less than 1,000, you will get 8 points. Less than 10,000, you will get 2. So this is to prioritize smaller units. And the monthly usage MHI. Another one, so if you have not MHI, I think it's called a combined monthly utility bills for 5,000 usage. That also, if you have like a more, the bill is really high, then you can get more points to prioritize that local government to get additional grant funds. If you look here, please use that for 2024 combined monthly bills as your base. This is like starting fall going forward. So any applications from fall 2024, we will be using this new updated percentile. So the percentiles didn't change, only the dollar amount within that percentile changed. Under each subcategory, right? If under 4B, you can only claim one of the 4B. 4B1 through 4B4, you can only claim one. Again, 4A, same as 4A through 4A3, you can only claim one. This one, 4C, is the local government indicators. So here it's also the same thing. 3 out of 5 indicators worse than statement benchmark. You will get 3 points, but if it is 5 out of 5, you will get 7 points. So we just want to prioritize local governments that cannot afford a loan. Let me see, is there anything here? This is all the same as our base program. We will also cover that when you are talking about base SRF priority basis. One new change is we can now, if you use our affordability calculator, you can use ACS data or OSBM data. So there is a pull down where, and you can select whichever data that you see fit your community to give you, maximum points. That's a change. 4D, that is another new one for the Helene projects. System experienced a loss of at least 20% of water or wastewater volumetric usage as a result of Hurricane Helene. So if we want to prioritize projects where they lost customers and they don't have production going on, so in that cases, we know their ability to pay back a loan would be really hard. So we are going to give them extra 8 points to help prioritize them to get additional grant funds. So that's 4D. That's our that's the last item in the category 4. It's 30 points maximum for category 4, and total all 4 categories a project can get is 130. Now I'll take questions again. It's okay.
So we had one of our where lost all of their billing.
Yes.
They lost it, so we can't look at pre-Helene data. I'm wondering if, I know what the guidance says, we didn't request this when we applied on the first, but I'm wondering if the division would consider alternate information if they literally cannot provide pre-Helene information because they lost it. I would love for them to have backup if it was a market. No. Okay. But I have also
have all that data, I just need.
Yeah, no, it wasn't mine.
So then talk to EFC or whoever. Probably there should be other data like the paid, right? Yeah, rate analysis.
Yeah, let me look at others.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, of course, in that case, if we will see there is alternate methods, if you can come up with, how much money they got at that time, compare with now what is getting, whatever data you can support to show that volumetric loss would be considered. Okay.
Sorry, actually. So when we get to the November cycle, right, this is the most recent three billing cycles.
That is the-
Get to the November round and after, the most recent three billing cycles are going to include billing. So do we need to use the most recent billing cycles before?
That is correct. You have to use before any and then, compare it to the most recent. So most recent from the billing cycle and then the three from before it.
So like, let's say we're applying in January, we're using December, November, October of 2025.
Okay.
We have to use 2023 data.
For that one,
Or do July, we could do July on this.
In 3 months.
Okay, so I have to use December or October and then look 2 years.
Okay, so the question was, if you're applying in January and you're showing that it's the October, November, December 2025 data, that's the post-Helene. You'd have to show the October, November, December 2023 data as the pre-Helene. Again, we are looking for the same 3 months, and it has to be the 3 months, those 3 months of pre-Helene, whenever that happens.
thank you. That concludes the priority rating system for SRF Helene for clean water and drinking water projects. Are we taking a break?
We are definitely taking a break. It is
Okay.
10 till 12.
All right.
Come back at high noon, those of y'all in the room. We will pause for 10 minutes, those of y'all online. And then Bob's gonna come up and look through our drinking water, decentralized wastewater treatment system, priority rating system. And then I'm going to go through how to complete the application. And then if you're only here for Helene, you can leave. Right before lunch. We'll break for lunch after I do the application completion module. If you're here for the rest of the day, please come back, especially those of y'all in the room. It's hard presenting to an empty room. So we will take a break, come back at noon. For those of you here, we'll pause the recording and we'll get started right at noon.
Thank you.
We should be unmuted. And I'm going to let Bob Taylor take it away. He's going to step through quickly the drinking, everyone keep wanting to say drinking water, decentralized wastewater treatment system, priority rating system. So Bob will take it and then I'll come back on with how to complete the application. So, all right, Bob.
All right,
Are you ready?
excellent. First of all, can everyone online hear me okay? Person in the room is nodding, so I'm going to take that as a positive. For those that don't know me, I'm Bob Taylor. I'm a program development coordinator in the Viable Utilities Unit here at Division of Water Infrastructure. And so I've been helping out, as Jen said, I've been helping out with some of the Helene recovery out west. And one of the things that we're actually very excited about, and I'll get into that in a little bit later, but we're excited about this opportunity with the SRF Helene funding. This $22.5 million is basically set aside to address these decentralized wastewater systems. And by the way, when we say decentralized wastewater systems, we might also call them, on-site wastewater systems. You might think of them as septic systems. So forgive me that, I might use those terms interchangeably. But to be clear, and we've laid out the definition for what
what we include under these decentralized systems in the guidance document. But those are your subsurface disposal systems for individual sites as permitted by DHHS or your local county health department. But these also include either a non-discharge spray or drip irrigation system that's permitted by DWR, or a surface, a true discharge system, again, for an individual site as permitted by DWR. But it also includes straight pipes. So those black water or even gray water straight pipes, those we consider a decentralized wastewater system. We won't call it treatment. I'm looking at Vince's reaction and, the appropriate reaction. So Anoka went over, our program, and those of you who are familiar with our regular program, you know that our priority rating system, you always have to tell us, you always have to apply for a category 1, a project purpose. And then, of course, as part of your application, you show us the project benefits. You tell us how your system is managed, and then you have your affordability piece in here. This program is different. We only have one category, and that's your project purpose. But you can only apply for one project purpose at a time. So if you do want to address, Helene damage, or if you want to address failing septic systems, or you want to do a planning project, we need you to apply for those separately. So we encourage you to submit 1, 2, 3, or even 4 applications. So we'll go through that. So our first purpose, for which you can request funds, is to address those on-site systems that were damaged by Hurricane Helene. This is a project for which we expect you to identify that there's at least 50% damaged systems in your project area. And we also realize that there's really 2 types of projects that we would expect to see you guys doing. And one is you're extending sewer, like in order to serve those homes that have been on those damaged systems. And that's the way that you're actually, eliminating those on-site systems, to extend sewer. But the other reason, the other project that we expect to see are repair and replacement of on-site systems with on-site systems. And that's actually one of the big reasons, like, we're kind of excited about this pot of funds that we have, because even though there are septic repair programs that exist across the state, they usually don't have this level of funding available to them. So we recognize that this is very new to us to have this. And the other thing I want to just give an aside on this as well is that something new to us for this program is the eligibility. We have, nonprofits are eligible to apply for this program. And as a matter of fact, we encourage them to. So quick note on the Helene damaged systems, you do not need to document those damaged systems at the time of application. If you're extending sewer, we expect to see this documentation at the plans and specs phase, of that project. If you're doing a repair and replacement project, then we expect you to show us that documentation as you're implementing the project. Either way, we want you to explain how you are going to implement your project. We need that documentation, in your application, how you're going to actually do the project. Kristen, you have a question?
I was told the microphone doesn't pick me up if I'm there. So what type of documentation is going to be required? Because I know that the guidance says that for application, you just have to show likelihood of damage, flooding, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But we're having trouble, we had some trouble talking with folks and, they're like, well, FEMA hasn't gone out to the individual homeowners yet. The health department hasn't gone out. Like, they know that their septic is backing up into their house, but there's no proof of that other than the homeowner saying, well, my toilets don't flush.
So, okay, for damaged systems from Helene, we want to be accommodating, right? So if you can show us that there was an area and you can document that it was flooded and therefore those systems were impacted, great. Like that's good. If you are doing a repair replacement project and you need to, actually get out onto individual sites and document that damage, that's exactly why we want the applicant to tell us how you plan to document, that damage. Whether that's, working with, approved installers, soil scientists, registered sanitarians, that would be going out and doing that inspection. We do expect, a lot of reliance on, the local health department, right? We really need for them, to issue the repair permit. And, so in that repair permit, they can explain, what they observed, when they were on site to say like, okay, this is clear damage. The existing drain field is lost in a landslide or it's covered by a landslide or what have you, so we do expect to see, that kind of documentation as it goes along. Follow up.
Approaching the microphone, and I have more questions. So we had several folks that were looking at, not replacement repair projects, but actually just extending sewer to go ahead and take over places. So is the documentation flexibility extended also to extension of sewer service? So basically I don't want to say any because there's probably bad documentation, but any type of reasonable documentation showing damage would likely be extended.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And what we do want to see, one big difference between these applications, if you're extending sewer, your application, we do expect to see a sealed budget. We need to see that sealed budget. Ideally, the applicant would be the owner of the sewer utility that is extending that service. For repair replacement, we're not requiring a sealed budget, for a repair replacement project. We are working on some type of guidance for what we want to see in terms of, again, we want to be, accommodating, because we know that this is, these systems, some of them were washed away in a landslide, right? We know that there are sites now, they lost all their soil, right? So we're very aware that these are some unusual, situations out there. So we're working on developing some kind of checklist, that applicants or awardees can use to do that. Vince, I see you have a question.
David.
I would think so. But again, it's going to up to the applicant to tell us how you're going to document how. Yeah. Yes. Perfect. I know Jen's giving me a dirty eye over there, so I'm going to move on. So our second project purpose would be if you know that you've got failing or failed on-site systems in your project area. Again, we just want you to document that 50%, at least 50% of those systems have failed, to be in your project in order to be eligible. Again, if you're extending sewer, then you don't need to show us at the time of application that they have failed or are failing. But you just need to tell us how you're going to document that, and then in your project description, your application. For repair replacement projects, again, just tell us how you're going to do that documentation as you are implementing the project. So, back to, you realize both 1A, 1B, it's perfectly acceptable, right, to apply for a 1A project and apply for a 1B project. You know, you might know where there's significant impacts from Helene, is it maybe in one watershed, but maybe in somewhere else. You just know that there's been some problematic sites. You can't really document that they were impacted by the storm, but you know that there's some problematic on-site systems. So go ahead and apply for both. The other big thing, and I realize I should have said this at the very beginning, the other critical thing with this funding is that your project must incorporate resiliency improvements to these systems. So whether you're doing 1A or 1B, you need to tell us how you're making these systems more resilient. 1C, worth 5 points, and that is you can't document that there was damage from Helene. You can't even document that there are failed systems, but you know that you want to address an area that's relying on on-site systems, and you either want to repair, replace them with more resilient systems, or you want to extend sewer to that area. You can apply for 1C. And, you know, again, tell us how you're going to do the project, tell us where your project area is. You don't need to bother documenting like whether it was damaged by Helene, like whether they're failing. But again, you know, so that's worth 5 points. And then finally, if you just want to do a planning project, you can do a planning project. For this, the critical piece with SRF funding is that this planning project must lead to a capital project. You know, so we are very well aware that there's some counties out west that they don't know where all their systems are, right? And so they're very interested in doing a mapping project, and that's great. You know, like, but if you apply for this planning funding, we need to see a plan that's gonna result in a capital project when it's complete. The other thing I want to point out, again, all this funding, we want to see resiliency improvements, like as part of the project. If you want to replace or repair septic systems and you don't want to worry about resiliency improvements, our regular SRF program, we have a septic repair pilot program. You can apply to that program. And that way you don't need to worry about, you know, incorporating those resiliency improvements for you know, repairing, replacing on-site systems. So so always consider our regular program as well. But that is all that I have. Any other questions?
So based on pre-applications, and I know you guys can't predict, and we will have to, but any sense, there's only one bucket with a total of 15 points. Any sense of how much I know there's a lot of interest. I know that the dollar values are high, but any sense of like where folks are scoring or what they're claiming within this like 2 to 15 point range?
So those who may not have heard the full question, there was a question of what we observed in the pre-applications in terms of what interest was among those pre-applications. I can tell you we received a number of applications for both extending sewer to an unserved area as well as repair and replace.
Pre-applications?
Pre-applications. And now the pre-applications, these were too general to really specify whether it's to specifically address Helene damage or to address failed or problematic systems. But I think it's fair to say that there's interest in both. For those who are interested, we've been convening a group on Monday afternoons as kind of an exchange of ideas, almost in office hours, kind of thing. So if there's anybody interested in that, Alicia, I know you've been part of that group as well. So if anybody's interested in that and you're not already part of it, let me know, and I can pull you into that group. There's some good exchange of ideas that way. Shadi. Correct. Yes.
Also,
Thank you. So Shadi wanted me to point out that, what was the first part? Yeah. Okay. So if you can show us that you were in a Helene impacted areas, that's sufficient documentation. But if you can show us that you have systems that were impacted by Helene outside of the disaster declared area, that is an eligible application for us to consider. The other thing we are doing, we are basically holding out half of the funding is prioritized for the repair replacement of systems until that April SWIA meeting, at which time we're going to open up all of the funds to all the eligible projects. Is that a fair way to put it?
And that's the 11 million.
Correct. Right. Yeah. We good?
Thank you, Bob. So I think we've had some good questions related to Helene. One of the other things, I got a question from someone on email, I don't know, last week before last, who said, is the pre-application information going to be used in the application process? The answer is no. You need to completely submit a new application, which is why I hope that if you had previously submitted a pre-application, which we use to gauge interest, you are here today and actually will be submitting an application. So please do be aware of that. That was a question that it's easy to make that assumption. So that's why I just wanted to mention it. So I'm going to roll into the application preparation. And this is if you are new to this process, please be aware that the application is not just that 7-page form that I'm going to be going through in a few minutes. It's everything you see here on the screen. And I'm going to talk about everything except for the priority point sheet and narrative, which will change depending on what type of program you're applying to. As you can see here, priority point sheet and narrative. I will also include on here, our lead service line is different. Our Helene, SRF Helene funding is different, as we just went through. So application packages, if you are someone who were an applicant or you were a consultant and your project did not get funded last spring, we just did our drinking water, wastewater last spring, then if you want just to leave your application completely alone and it was a brand new application in the spring, we will reconsider it as is. We are required by statute to do that. A lot of times, so we have people, and I'm glad that they do this, they'll come into our, call our office up, call our staff up and say, hey, I want to modify my application, improve my application. And if you make modifications, then please go ahead and submit it as a completely new application. I think it's a little bit easier now that we're online, everything's electronic, because you can just change what files you need to and upload everything. We do view each application as standalone. So in other words, if you're submitting multiple applications as a local government, we're not going to go into each application if something's missing and pick something out. Everything has to stand on its own merit. So do be aware of that as you're going through this. I have a thing I call know before you go. I like the rhyme. It helps us to remember it. But it's essentially some final check tips, and you can use these as a basis for the start of a QA/QC checklist. For example, you're going to be having your authorized representative sign a lot of stuff. Do be aware of that. Do be aware you'll need to get these signatures. Other things like, do you have everything in here that you see here, if it's applicable? Some folks, if you're working with distress systems, they'll need that BUR eligibility form. Other folks will need the State Reserve Program eligibility form. If you're submitting anything related to a disadvantaged area, please do be aware that we are no longer using Justice 40, which is not even available anymore, or the environmental justice screening tool. Please use the DEQ's community mapping system. Obviously, narratives and score sheets and supporting documentations, please include. So the application itself, if you're here in the room, you should have copies, hard copies available. Please set those. There's a rolling application and a common application. Please pull those out. If you're online, I hope you've already downloaded those. Please go ahead and open those files. And you'll be flipping to, when we start getting into the application itself, about midway through the document is where that starts. Please note that for our semi-annual or common application, we updated that this past summer. I recommend that if you're a consultant or a local government who does your own applications and you have multiple versions of everything, please go take a few minutes, go online, delete everything and download fresh. We always update our application and I don't want you to accidentally miss something because you have an old one. Again, we use one application in our semi-annual rounds, and what that enables us to do is give you the best funding fit. So for example, if we can provide you, if you're a distress system with viable utility reserve funding, we will, or state reserve program funding, if we can, we will. And then we move to CDBGI. If you're doing a CDBGI application, then to 100% principal forgiveness, which has federal requirements, though not as many as CDBGI. Then on down to combinations of principal forgiveness and loan, all the way to loan. If we can give you a state reserve loan first, we will, because that's minimal requirements compared to any kind of federal loan. We do, of course, base it on eligibility and prioritization. Please go into the application before you start filling it out and read the directions. I know that sounds so basic. That's why we put them first. So please take a few minutes to read those directions before jumping into it. And please complete all sections. Susan, do you have a question online? Okay.
There are a few representatives here of a private system owned by an HOA outside of the Helene impact area. Is there something specific we must do? We are a not-for-profit through the IRS through Form 1120H.
Great question. If we have someone drinking water who or wastewater who can answer that, I would appreciate it because that is out of my realm. So Kavita is coming up. She can answer.
Question is for decent.
No, I think this is for water sewer. So it's for water sewer, I
A
think.
few representatives here, a private system owned by an HOA. Nonprofit.
Okay. So if you are outside the impacted area, our base SRF program is a good program for clean water and drinking water projects. And HOAs are not an eligible applicant for our SRF program. For that, you have to either work with an eligible applicant such as a local government unit or county to receive any money for our construction project. If you are talking specifically about the decentralized system like septic systems, again, the applicant has to be a local government unit. We have a pilot program under Clean Water SRF where these up to $500,000 can be used to address septic systems. Again, the recipient of those funds are limited to local government units. So the question, whoever asked, if you can see if I answered the question, or do you have any follow-up on that?
Yep. In the meantime, let me continue and we'll see if there's any follow-up. So section 1, go ahead and flip to that section. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show what it looks like on the application, and then I will talk about it. So section 1 looks like this. It's similar between the rolling and the common, rolling and the semi-annual. I will point out where things are different. So section 1, if you see anything in dark red italic stars, that means we've got to have this information or it's incomplete. So please be aware of that. I don't like it when we have to toss stuff out on a technicality. I really don't. So first off, tell us how much you're applying for. How much money do you want? Make sure that that number on the funding amount requested is the same as what you have on your budget. Our reviewers do check that. Tell us what your project cost is. So that can be either equal to or more than the funding amount requested. If it's not on there, it's not the end of the world, but that does take you out of running for principal forgiveness. And then you'll see some boxes on section 1. This is where the common and the rolling are different. Section 1 for the rolling has the lead service line, EC studies, SRF Helene, and the CWSRF pilot program. For the common application, you check drinking water or wastewater or CDBGI or planning. And then you'll also be asked for CDBGI to put in your LMI, which is low to moderate income percentage, out to 2 digits, plus how you determine that via American Community Survey information or surveys. So we talked about this some starting out with the previously or partially funded projects. There may be instances where your project received funding for, say, $1 million project. Construction costs have gone up. It's now 1.25 million, and you want to apply for the difference. That's what we look at, is we'll just fund the difference. If you want to try to get what we call the better funding deal, we ask that you decline that previously awarded project. It's a risk because we're not going to guarantee you'll get funded again. So just think about that before doing it. Also, I'm going to camp on this last bullet for a few minutes related to principal forgiveness grant. So you'll hear me use the term grant PF. Once you submit your application, we are not going to call you up for anything. We can't call you up and say, hey, we're starting to run out of PF. Can we give you, or will you take this amount? We're not going to ask that question. So instead, what we do is we have 2 questions here. The first one is, are you willing to accept essentially 100% low interest loan? If you check yes, great. Please note that will not take you out of the running for grant PF if we have it available. That's always a question we get. But if you're like, no, I need a certain amount, in question 2, tell us what you have to have. So for example, if you have $1 million project and you're sitting here thinking, I need $1 million. Well, everyone, when we first started this practice, everyone was like, I want 100% of it free money. Give me the $100 million in free money. And what we would do is, as we were going down the list and we rank by score, we're getting toward the end of our principal forgiveness grant amounts, and we only have $700,000 available. We will have to skip you if you said you needed $1 million. So do be aware of that. We have people who insist that they want everything as grant PF, and then they lose out completely. What the conversation needs to be is a frank conversation between your local government decision makers and management and finance officers, or if you're a consultant, your clients. Just be frank about it and say, really, what do we really need? So maybe they come back and tell you, no, we really need $300,000 to make this project go. So we're moving on down the list. We only have $700,000 of grant PF left. We can provide you with what you're qualified up to then. I want to make sure that makes sense in the room and online. Okay. The reason why I can't harp on this is because people still say we still have to skip people, and I don't like doing that. I like being able to find everyone that we can. All right, section 2 looks like this. It's all about your contact info or bills and user connections, and sections 3 through 5 is all about contact information. So tell us about your residential and non-residential connections, your bills per 5,000 gallons, and your service population. A note on the bills per 5,000 gallons, we do ask, and you'll see this later, for you to include the rate sheets. What we will do is literally go through and calculate based on the rate sheets your bill per 5,000 gallons. And this is a great test as you're putting this together. If you're a consultant or a local government doing it, use that rate sheet and make that calculation, because sometimes we're sitting here, we're doing the calculation during application review, and Vince is scratching his head. We can't figure out how you got that bill for 5,000 gallons. So I can guarantee you that if we here in the rooms who are engineers and other very smart people can't figure it out, your citizens are going to be sitting here going, I don't know how to calculate my bill. It's a great time to take a look at your rate sheet and make sure that everyone can do that. So at section 3, your authorized representative. Your top elected or administrative official can be the authorized representative, or you can list the person in your resolution. Don't need, of course, the names. We just need their titles. Like it can be the utility director, the finance officer, a council member. Some larger cities actually have project managers, like they have departments related to capital improvements, and it's a project manager. We just need to know who they are because they're going to be doing a lot of signing documents. And then 4 and 5 is all about your preparer and engineer. We use that information when we complete our correspondence with you. Section 6 and 7 look like this. This is another place where the rolling application deviates from the common. The rolling does not have an additional information as section 7. So on section 6, project description, tell us what your project is about in broad brushes. Make sure that when you do your project description in section 6, that you hit the elements that are in your project budget. Our review engineers will go through, take a look at the project description, take a look at the budget to make sure we're looking at the same project in both places. A note for the Helene funding. Please include a just brief discussion about resiliency, like how this project is building in resilience. The directions have some great examples. We do update that each round. So if you're kind of looking for the level of detail, that may be a helpful thing to look at. If you're going to be doing disadvantaged areas, just let us know. And then also, if one of the things that our authority is tracking now is your project resulting from a previous asset inventory and assessment or merger regionalization feasibility grant. They have asked for that because they instituted that program about 8 or 9 years ago. And they want to know that people are actually building these asset management plans and they're using those to essentially inform their construction project applications. Okay, section 7 on the semi-annual application, common application. This is for those projects that you think don't fit the priority rating system very well, but you want our authority to know about them. For all of our programs, except for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, it's the authority's purview, if they so desire, to elevate a project above other ones based on that information. Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, by federal law, we cannot do that. But it's something where, for example, the one I gave yesterday was if your town has a one industry town, you just completed your fiscal year, the revenues are not going to show up. The revenue loss when your industry leaves is not going to show up until like another year down the road. This may be a good place to describe that. Now, questions has come up. How often does the authority use this information? Not very. I think they've used it one time in their 10 or 11 year history, but it's there. If they want to look at it, they have access to the applications. We put on the sheets that we provide them if you provided additional information. A couple of do's and don'ts. Keep it succinct. One paragraph. We don't want to see a 50-page thesis on why my project should get funded. Please don't copy and paste the project description into the additional information box. I've seen that. I've seen people start the project description in the section 6 and just bleed it on down through section 7. Again, please don't make this a thesis on why my project should get funded. And also, please don't use 4-point font. I think I've seen that a time or two to squeeze as much as you can into that box. It's smaller for a reason. If you don't have anything to say, just put NA and move on. So again, that's only in our semi-annual common application. It's not in the rolling. Sections 8A or 7A and B, 7A and B in the rolling, 8A and B in the common, looks like this. So please make sure that the funding you request matches what we have in section 1. And then you'll see along the top, and I'll flip back to that really quickly, you see the yellow bar at the top. You'll see that in both the common and the rolling. Those are directions because some points in our guidance will require you to split the budget out. tries to guide you as to what line items to look for. The budget is actually a Word document. You can add as many lines as you need to that. And please do make sure that you demarcate that, because we have seen that so many times where people have lost points where they don't split it out in the budget. Like, here's what's new infrastructure, here's what's replacing young infrastructure, and here's what's replacing infrastructure greater than whatever years. So please make sure of that, because we hate to take away points, and that's one of the most common places where people lose points. Let me see. So another thing is relating to our construction budgets, which is 7A or 8A. Make sure you put your PE seal signature and date. Very important. We very once in a blue moon lose an application because the seal is not on there. We have to say it's not complete. If you have a planning project like the centralized wastewater treatment systems or asset inventory and assessment grants, use 8B or 7B, no seal required. Are we good on that? And we'll, at least in the room, get a nod, head nod. Okay. All right. Certifications. This is when your authorized representative is going to get busy. They have to do a bunch of initials. Please make sure they initialized everything. Initialize, is that a word? I guess it is. Initial everything. Signatures. Again, I've listed here the authorized reps and who they can be. We need an original signature. For our CDBGI program, please provide a wet signature in the CDBGI hard copy. And I neglected to mention this earlier. CDBGI is a little bit different in that they require not just the electronic application, but also a hard copy application. So please make sure that that hard copy has that pen signature in there, and excuse me, and that you get it into our office by the application deadline. For electronic signatures, we love DocuSign or something similar. What I want you all to be careful of is for the PE seal and the signature, please don't take a little clip of a signature and copy and paste it on top of a PDF. I call that floating. And what I mean by floating, like I can go in there into a PDF document and move it around the screen. When we upload things, or when you upload things to Laserfish, Laserfish sees it as a threat and they will strip it out in a heartbeat. It will strip it out. And that's happened. That mainly happened a lot the first round we did it, but it can happen. I want you to be aware of it. It's better to either use like a DocuSign type system or to have someone just sign it and scan it in. That way everything is embedded into the PDF and you don't have to worry about that. So please to be aware, because the last thing I want to do is for our reviewers to be like, there's no signature here. Then we go talk with one of our Gov Strickland, who I call her our Laserfish queen. She can check, but there's no guarantee she's going to see a file that has the actual signature in it. So the best way to avoid that is just to make sure you can't move that signature around once it's signed. Okay, sorry to harp on that a little bit, but this is can be a sticking point. So any questions about the application, its form itself, before I move on? Okay. So financial information form, I did not put that in our hard copy. It looks like this. Nor did I put our fund transfer certification form in there, because both of those have not changed in a couple of years. But for your financial information form, your financial officer or authorized rep can sign off on this. Just give us 3 years of data. Expenditures, please make absolute values. Remember your transfers. And please don't modify the form. I know one time a few years ago, or a few cycles ago, there was a form where it came in, it had like 10 additional lines, and we're like, why? Why do we have more lines? We just put in there the information that we need. So please don't modify the form. It's not going to, if you forget for some reason to upload it, it's not going to mean the end of the world, but it will impact your chances for points and principal forgiveness, because we use that information on the financial information form to calculate operating ratio. Fund transfer certification, we do have to have this form. This stems out of legislation that came out about, I guess it's 11 years ago now, going back to fiscal year 14. Essentially, this form tells us, as the law requires, did you make an authorized or an unauthorized transfer from your enterprise fund to your general fund? Or did you make no transfers, which is perfectly fine. So we have 3 check boxes. Please check one of the 3. That is really important. Please don't leave the 3 check boxes blank. Believe it or not, people do that, or they check all 3. And we have had literally at least one a cycle that the forms, either all 3 are checked or none are checked. So if you have no transfers, great, just check the no transfer box. If you have an authorized transfer, like for example, if you are transferring funds out of the out of the enterprise to the general fund to pay for rent at City Hall for your utility director, that's perfectly fine. If you have a transfer, like you're transferring from the enterprise to the general fund to buy a police car, that is not authorized. And it's going to take time to unwind that, is what we call it. Please just check one of the 3 boxes. Payment in lieu of taxes, you may hear the term pilot transfers. We don't have any really, we have like 1 financial analyst in our entire division, and we are not accountants. If you think you have a payment in lieu of taxes or pilot, please contact the LGC, the local government commission, as soon as you think that. They can tell you if that is an allowable or not allowable transfer. Some of them are, some of them aren't. Not my area of expertise, so I'm not going to say one way or the other. Okay, we talked about rate sheets earlier. Be sure to include those as well. Okay, VUR construction eligibility form. Again, if you got it in your packet, it looks a little bit like this. See it on the screen. If you are a distressed system or working with a distressed system, please complete this form so that you're eligible for our valuable utility reserve funding. Essentially, what we're asking you is 3 questions. Are you current on your Bible Utilities initial education? Tony will talk a little bit about this afternoon. If you have questions about that later on after this training, give him an email and he can help you out with that. Question 2 relates to what's eligible as far as the type of project. This comes right out of the statute. So please check this. A lot of our projects that we fund are actually eligible under this. So the example I always give is if you have meters that are greater than 20 years old, you're most likely not accurately recording revenues. If your project is a meter project to do a total replacement in your government unit, your town, then you're going to be having a lot more accurate readings. Your revenues will pick up. That's an eligible project. Please do also on section 3, tell us how your project will move it toward viability. You can use that meter example, like just a brief paragraph to explain how this project is going to work. Okay, so that's a form we premiered it last fall. It's making another appearance since we have construction funding. The SRP grant form, this is State Reserve Program grant form. This is something, again, that yesterday when I was talking to the Eastern governments, it was kind of hard to talk about because what it's doing is, due to the law that was passed last month, it's prioritizing State Reserve grant funds that are part of our semi-annual application cycle to the western part of the state. And it's hard to say that when you have a lot of Eastern governments that are also in need of State Reserve Program grant funding. But that's the law, we have to do it. This is following the letter of the law, essentially. And so it's going to be helping out with, again, damages from Helene. So you can read here kind of what it's for. Please, if you're doing our semi-annual application, please do include this form if it's for a Western county. Yes, sir.
I just read it. State that this form is not included. It's not a completeness requirement. It's a requirement to be considered.
I think for a State Reserve Program grant, yes. For State Reserve Program loans, but the way I see it is if you're doing a semi-annual application, you're from the counties, I'll show you in just a minute. Go ahead and include it. Yes, Shadi. Okay. Well, I'll summarize the question. Is that essentially, do you need this form if you're going to be applying for anything State Reserve Program? My suggestion is if you're in one of the counties I will show you in just a few minutes, please submit this form. Because otherwise we cannot consider you for a state reserve program grant. And again, I want to reemphasize, this is for our semi-annual application process. So does that answer your question?
It's the answer I expected. Thank you.
Okay.
Actually, I might have just answered my own question.
Okay. All right. No worries. Okay, here are the counties. Now, you're probably thinking, these are not all the Helene affected counties. No, they're not, because the law specified, and you can read the text, something like the HUD most distressed counties and counties with populations of less than 300,000, something like that. Like I had to go Google this when we were figuring this out. But that's what I'm saying. If your clients are in one of these counties, please submit the form. That would be very helpful for a number of reasons. Okay, resolutions. We have resolution templates online. You don't have to use the template. A lot of people do. These resolutions are due at the time of application, so please make sure that they come in. You'll see on our Laserfish upload, we require it. That way we're hopeful that makes sure you make sure that you're actually submitting them. The first whereas clause, please list the project name. I encourage people to copy and paste the project name from the application form in here in this first whereas clause, because believe it or not, we have gotten applications in where the name of the project and the resolution is so vague, we can't say it's for that particular application. And a great question that consultants have asked in the past and local governments may ask too is, well, my client is looking at projects 1 through 5. I'm not sure which ones they're going to pick. They may only pick projects 2 through 4. What do I do with the resolution? Because their board's meeting before they make that final decision. Go ahead and list projects 1 through 5, and that way you're covered if they only pick a subset of that to go forward with. So that's something I always encourage people to think about. Also, to avoid what I call administrative upsets when you're trying to get projects out the door. If you're submitting multiple projects, like 5 projects, we saw this a lot during ARPA, people would submit 5 projects for one applicant. Go ahead and list all 5 projects in the resolution. That way you're not having an administrative assistant who's moving around a lot of files and they accidentally put the wrong resolution with the application. That did happen to someone during ARPA. And it really, really made me sad because we had to say it was incomplete because it was the wrong resolution for that project. So do keep that in mind. That's a good way to avoid what I call the administrative upsets. So for the CDBGI resolutions, we have to have the person's name and their title. So like John Jones of the town of X, John Jones, the city manager of the city of X is the authorized representative. For all of our other programs, we're not as strict. Just tell us the city manager of the city of X is the authorized representative. Question came up yesterday, can we have more than one person listed? That's fine, but please don't list half a dozen people to be your authorized reps, maybe 2. That way if someone else signs the application, they're good to go. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, more tips for the resolutions. The certification by the recording officer is what you have to use is what we have online. So please use that template. Make sure your dates are squared away. The date of the resolution has to be before or equal to the date of the certification. We have had one person who got it thrown out because they put the certification date before the resolution was passed. Please don't do that. Attestations, we do see those occasionally. They're fine. Resolutions or attestations have to have the signature of the clerk of the board. Now, for Helene folks who are nonprofit, I got this question, and Bob, correct me if I say it wrong, but they ask, I'm a nonprofit, I don't have a clerk of the board. What is the best person to do the certification? I think the secretary is, because the secretary is the one responsible for record keeping only for nonprofits. Everyone else, please use your clerk. All right, application submittals. We have a new link for a semi-annual for our rolling applications, that last part after that last slash would say rolling applications. I think we have it in our other programs like the Helene module and our other rolling modules we'll have this afternoon. Please make sure you use this link. If you're a first-time user of Laserfish and you're nervous about it, give me a call. We'll do a Teams or a WebEx meeting, and I will literally walk you through it. I will not do it for you, but I will walk you through it. That way you learn the process. And I think I've only done that once, but I'm here for you if you need it. So just give me a call. All right, pop quiz, and I think we'll be done after this. Semi-annual application is used for which programs? You can online, you can say A, B, C, or D. Put that in the chat. Okay. Yep, I see an A, you are correct. That is what we use the semi-annual form for. How many questions or how many boxes do we check on the fund transfer certification? Another B. Yes, please, 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 for the love of sweet tea and hush puppies, check only one box. I'm serious, y'all. At least once around, we see someone who checks all three or none. So please be aware of that. Question 3, SRP eligibility form is used to prioritize for state reserve fund grants. It should be program grants. Yes, I see a true. Yes, please. All right. That is it. We are at 12:54. I'm hungry. I know y'all are hungry. So I'm trying to do the math in my head. If we come back at 2:10, we'll pick up with the drinking water, wastewater priority rating systems, and we'll take you through the end of the day. Hopefully still get out by 5. I thank you for sticking around. I don't know a lot of restaurants in this area. I know there's a Mexican joint close. There's a First Watch, which is probably where I'm going to go. So y'all have a great lunch. We'll see you back at 2:10.
All right, good afternoon. Hope we can stay awake for a few more hours to cover all this, the rest of it. We'll go directly to emerging contaminant funding overview. By this time, I think probably most of you are familiar with the emerging contaminant funding program that we have, that we got funding through IJA, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We have CAP grants, the awards available for next, like 2 more years, like 2025 and 2026. The rest of the money is already spent. So we'll go into a little bit of an EC funding. And for EC funding program, there is 2 types. One can be a study program or funded separately from the construction project. Construction project is included with our semi-annual application. However, the study projects are included in our rolling application cycle. We are using the same PRS and guidance for the study program as well, but only few of the line items that apply for the EC program. That is 1J3 for the EC studies. Only you need to know is you have to get 1J3 points. That's the study projects. And also to get 1J3, you have to get either 2H3 or 2H4. That is from the project benefit. And then some of the affordability and system management points apply to that program. As that the guidance is same as our base program. We have a rolling application for the study. Whatever funding we haven't used for the study for the next couple of rounds, we will roll over for construction. So we have about 10 million. So we don't have too much for this semi-annual round. And there is a cap of $5 million for the drinking water program and the For the wastewater emerging contaminant program, there is no cap because we only get about 3.8 million per year. So one round is limited to less than like around 1.7 million. So we do not have a cap at this point. Again, for clean water projects, the emerging contaminant projects, we encourage if you have some projects that can address PFAS, study projects, please apply. Chances are you will get funded. We have not been receiving many PFAS projects related to clean water SARA funding program. This is the priority rating system I talked about. 1J3 is the appropriate project purpose points. In order to get that 1J3, you must get 2H3 or 2H4 that is related to PFAS MCL. All right, the next cutoff date is August 1st, 2025. That is already gone, like over. We do have a couple, few applications received by that time. However, the next is November 3rd. So you will all be like, aiming up for that one. This is the funding application. We use the same rolling funding application. So this is the deadline, November 3rd. The applications we receive by November 3rd will be now reviewed and announced at December 10th SWIA meeting. All right. That's it. Emerging contaminants. Anybody have any questions on emerging contaminants? Very good. We go to the wastewater and drinking water priority rating system. That's our huge, the biggest pot of money, the SRF pot of money. We have Tripti mainly doing, the main points plus wastewater system. I'll help her a little bit if needed for the drinking water, specific line items, and Eric Harris is here as well if we need to talk about CDBG specific line items. And we are trying to go through this as quickly as possible because this is kind of an established priority rating system, and this round we didn't make much changes other than a few affordability criteria, like tweaks here and there. So this is the standard program. Tripti?
Okay, so you already heard a lot about priority rating systems. They were for Hurricane Helen related projects. One was for decentralized system and one was for drinking water and wastewater project. This presentation is just for clean water, drinking water, CDBGI projects, as well as emerging contaminants construction, as well as study projects. Kavita already spoke about what is about the priority rating system and our guidance. So I will skip this slide. All I will say is please read our guidance when you are preparing the application, because if you miss a minor item, you might not get those points. This slide talks about what is the priority rating system guidance, and you must have seen this slide in previous presentation. One thing is like we award points that are claimed. So if you don't claim some points, and if we realize that you should have claimed those points, we don't award those points. The example is 2C points. So if you submit notices of violations for 2C2 points, and if you don't claim 2E2, and same notices of violations are good to get 2E2 points. If you don't claim it, we don't give that. So please read our guidance. There are some exceptions. Roll down can happen. These are some examples of line items that we consider for roll down. So for example, you claimed 1B points for failed infrastructure, and after reviewing the application and during the consensus meeting, if we decide that this project is more suitable for 1C points, we will give those points. Similarly, if we realize that the project is the expansion project instead of rehab and replacement project, we'll award those points. For 2N points, if you claim some points in 2N category, and if we realize that you should get those points in other line item, we give those points. And capital planning, if you claim 3A points for 3A1 points for capital improvement plan, and if we realize that the narrative is not enough or supporting documentation is not enough, if it is eligible to get CIP points that are 3A2 points, we will give them. And anytime if you are not sure, please give us a call or schedule a meeting, we'll help you. Just like other priority rating system, we have 4 categories. Kavita already spoke about that. We have separate different score sheets for drinking water and wastewater projects, and even CDBGI projects have different score sheet. And your handout has those score sheets. So please use the appropriate one for your project. We are not going to discuss each and every line item, and we will just discuss on problem areas. If Kavita already spoke about a couple of line items, I'll skip that. This is category 1, project purpose. Each project should have a purpose, and the entire project must support the claim purpose. If you claim one purpose and during the consensus meeting, if we realize that we cannot award points in this category, this line item, we will skip it to the appropriate one if the project is eligible to get those points. Sometimes after reviewing everything, if we don't think that the project purpose is clearly established, we will not award those points, but the application is still eligible for funding, but not for the principal forgiveness. This is the first line item to consolidate non-viable system. It is for drinking water, CDBGI, and wastewater projects. There are 2 situations to become a non-viable system. So if you have documentation from the DWR that the system is determined as failing, the project is eligible to get points under one. Wastewater projects are eligible. For drinking water, we need documentation for public water supply system, public water supply section. And if you don't have those documentation, you can contact us. We can discuss this system, and if we think that it can be designated as non-viable, you can claim those points, but please contact us 30 days before submitting the application, prior to the application deadline. And if you have that communication, please add that in with the supporting documents, because the people who will discuss those things will not review those applications. So the applications reviewers will know about that communication, and they will not take these points. When you get these 3A points, you can get points in other categories too, in project benefits as well as system management and affordability points. Next line item is 3B. It's for resolving fail or failing infrastructure. It's for drinking water, wastewater, and CDBGI projects. And 100% of the cost must be utilized to resolve failing infrastructure. These are some examples of drinking water projects that are eligible to get these points. And we have some examples of wastewater projects that are eligible to get this point. And please note that the project must result in privately owned system owned and operated by the applicant. And as I say again and again, please read our guidance. This is 1C 1 point. Most of our projects are in this category. They are for rehabilitation and replacement. In your project description as well as narratives, please mention that it is not the this project will not expand the capacity and it is like for like replacement. Our guidance has detailed information on this, so I will not read this slide, but please read the guidance. I would like to mention that water meter projects are not eligible to get these points, but if water meter is a part of the project that replaces or rehabs the water line, they are eligible. And during the review, if we realize that the project is not suitable for 1C points and it's an expansion project, we will award 1D points. 1C points, that is for old infrastructure, and this is the list of treatment units and distribution line and the age. If treatment and pumping units are more than 20 years old, they can get these points. You need to submit documentation, the proof of age. If the pipe material is obsolete, we award these points. And a unit in the project budget, you need to show that at least 50% of the construction cost is associated with replacing the old infrastructure. And you should clearly mention in the budget. So this is an example. It shows that around $100,000 will be used to replace 10,000 linear feet of pipe, which is older than 40 years, and 30,000 is for pipes less than 40 years old. 4D, these points are for expansion. And when you increase water and sewer lines or increase the treatment capacity, those projects are eligible to earn these points. For new water line, it is important to know that if new water line is proposed solely to serve future development, they are not eligible to get these points, and even they are not eligible to get funding for drinking water SRF funding. Next line item is service to disadvantaged area, 20 points. It's not, this line item is not for CDBGI project, it's just for drinking water and wastewater project. And 75% of the construction cost is to provide connection or alternative service to the disadvantaged area. Now we have this, when we say disadvantaged area, it does not include the entire LGU area or service area. And this disadvantaged area is limited to less than half the number of total connections served by the applicant at the time of application. And this is like the disadvantaged area is determined based on state benchmark values. 3 out of 4 should be 3 out of 4 of following factors should be less than state benchmark values. And we also consider other factors like socioeconomic and existing contaminant factors. Your narrative should provide the justification to show that the pipe-rated projected area is the disadvantaged area. The budget should show that at least 75% of the construction cost is to provide the service to the disadvantaged residents. You need to include project maps that shows the disadvantaged area, the properties to be connected. It's like a street level map that shows sewer lines, existing sewer lines, proposed sewer lines, disadvantaged area, that it should have a boundary of the disadvantaged area plus residences to be connected. Next one is the example of the budget. The total project cost is, the total budget cost is $4.6 million. The budget clearly shows that the $3.8 million is for disadvantaged area, and which is 75%. We actually calculate this percentage, which is 75% of the total cost, so they can get this line 0.1 points. And even here it shows that This is for disadvantaged area. The capital cost is for this capital cost is for disadvantaged
Give me
area.
1 second. I think there are some comments coming in. Susan, is there something that needs to be addressed right now?
No, say first.
Where is the microphone?
Yeah.
This one? Okay. Okay. Okay, these are some other categories in other line items in category 1. They are mainly for stormwater projects. This category, this line item 1J is for PFAS compounds only.
So this is the same thing I was talking about for emerging contaminants. So this line item only applies if you are addressing PFAS. And 1J is, and 1J1 and 1J2 are for construction projects, and 1J3 is for study projects. That's it. Category 2.
Category 2. This category is for project benefits, and only a portion of the project must relate to a specific benefits. The application should show the direct relationship between the project and the benefit they are claiming these points for. And narrative should fully describe benefits of the project and how benefit arises from the project purpose. And if there are multiple project purposes, then the project benefit points must match the project purpose that was claimed. This line item is just for CDBGI, and Eric will give some information about these slides.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Harris. I'm with CDBGI unit. This is for 2A alpha points, awarding 15 points. This is to address specific environmental and public health benefits. This is really geared towards private or family septic tanks, wells, addressing issues that would merge with a failing system with a more viable system, addressing water treatment issues for a public system or public well that's gone dry, or address SSOs. Please see our guidance for specific requirements and documentation that's required to get to receive these points. Common errors we see with this is tying the narrative with the purpose of the project. Does not include discussion of what is required for the health benefit. The documentation such as for a septic tank abandonment, the soil condition, or the public health requirements from a county official for that, or for a well, the MCL, if it's contaminated well. Maps showing the locations of where the septic tanks are going to be abandoned or private wells. For an SSO, one problem does not constitute a continual problem, or the SSO going towards a body of water. So ensure that when you're providing that you have a continual problem or the SSO has reached a body of water. And finally, fire flow pressure is not constitute a health issue when addressing for fire flow for this issue. Next thing with 2 alpha 1 is additional 5 points can be awarded for this category if it addresses 20% of the private systems, meaning that septic tanks or wells are going to be addressed in the project area for a community. Over to.
So the 2B1 and 2B2 projects points are for addressing public health benefits. So 2B1 would be that the project addresses dry wells or contamination of a drinking water source or resource managerial, technical, and financial issues. So in order to get a 2B1, project replacing rivals must also earn 1B. So this is like a very interdependent type of benefit. So you should get some other benefit points and also project purpose point to get 1B1 and 1B, 2B1 and 2B2. So project resolving managerial, technical, and financial issues must receive 1A point. So it's like, you need to kind of read guidance, the guidance reference, one, purpose to the one benefit and things like that. So you need to claim all those interconnected points to be eligible for that. And if you see 1B1, the 2B1 can also be awarded for the contamination. And I just wanted to make sure that if the contamination is emerging contaminants like PFAS, it's no longer eligible because PFAS is scored under a different line item. And 2B2 is for projects that addresses lead service line. So if you have a water line replacement, and along with that, you have a few known lead service lines that you want to replace, you can include that with the project, but we still recommend, we have a lot of funding left from the lead service line program. So please use that program if you have lead service lines. But still, if it's like a couple of lead lines and you want to be including that to a broader point in a project, please do that. And 2B2 is a good source of points for that. And in order to get those points, see, there is a new thing. It's applicable if at least 30% of the project is to eliminate lead service lines. So that's the change we made. We don't want this program to, give us 10 points, additional points if you are just doing 1 or 2 lead service lines. So the project cost must be like, more than 30% to replace lead in here.
This 2C points, they are just for wastewater projects. And if the project provides specific environmental benefits, you can claim these points. 2C1 category is for project that replace or repair certain sewer lines, eliminate failed on-site system or non-discharge system, or they resolve managerial, technical, and financial issues. 2C2 points are for projects that eliminate malfunctioning online wastewater system. To claim 2C1 points, the project must provide public services to the homes with failing septic tank system. And you need to provide a letter from registered sanitarian or licensed soil scientist or county health department. Single family residences that are discharging their wastewater through spray or drip irrigation system, they are also eligible. If you claim this 2C1 points to repair or replace sewers with SSO's issues, reported SSO's issues, please make sure that you provide documentation that the SSOs read the water body or document the sewage backup in homes. And the project that resolves managerial, technical, or financial issues, they should receive 1A points, then they get this 2C1 point. To claim 2C2 points, we need a notice of violation from an authorized agent. More than 50% of the home should have documented failed septic tank systems. We need maps that include the street name, house numbers of malfunctioning systems. You need to show new sewer lines, all systems to be connected to the public sewer system, and you need to include the copies of NOVs. These are 2E points. There are 2 subcategories, 2E1 and 2E2. If your facility is under the administrative order or special order of consent, you can include that. You can describe that in the narratives and provide supporting documents and claim this 2E1 points. There are 5 points for that. And 2E2 points are to resolve the notice of violation or deficiency, and we award 3 points for that. And in your narratives, you must clearly say, establish the relationship between the proposed project and how it will help achieving the compliance, or how the project will address the specific regulatory requirement. And make sure that the enforcement documents are not more than 3 years old. 2F points, these are for drinking water, wastewater, CDBGI, all projects, CDBGI and CDBGI projects, the 2F1, that is for, So 2F category is for drinking water, wastewater, and CDBGI, and only 2F2 is applied to emerging contaminant project. So 2F1 is for system merger, 2F2 is for system regionalization and partnership. And when you claim these points, you need to include agreements or merger documents between the systems as a proof of regionalization or merger. And yes, emerging contaminants, PRS will consider only these points if partnership will help address PFAS contamination. And to claim this EC points, they must receive 2H3 and 2H4 points.
So 2H1 through 2H4 is for addressing contamination. 2H1 and 2H2 are only applicable for drinking water program, because it's the primary contaminants. If you have a contaminant that is above established MCLs, you will get 2H1. And other than acute, which including secondary contaminants, if you have proof that it is exceeding the MCLs, you will get the standards, you will get 2H2, which is 5 points. And as I said, for emerging contaminants, both clean water and drinking water program, getting either 2H3 or 2H4 is an eligibility thing too. So unless you get 2H3 or 2H4, you would not be considered for emerging contaminant funds, which is 1J3 for the study or 1J1 or 1J2 for construction. Right now, since we do not have a clean water standards for PFAS, we are using the same drinking water standards for now. These are the regulated contaminants: PFOA, PFOS, GenX, PFBs, PFNA, and PFXS. These are the regulated components. And you have to use an EPA validated testing method for PFAS to show that your values are exceeding the proposed or final MCLs. Public systems should have at least one sample exceeding those limits within last 12 months. And if you're asking for funds for the private drinking water wells, like eliminating contaminated wells and connecting to public water service, you should, for those type of projects, you should have at least one sample within last 3 years, and that should exceed the threshold. Since the private drinking water wells are not sampled very often, that's why we have given that 3-year period for establishing your contamination levels. And another thing with this GenX, if the contaminant is GenX, and if that location is within 50 miles of Chemours, even 25% of the wells exceeding the threshold will get 1J1. 1J1 is 100% of the project cost is to address PFAS contamination. So since if it's an other than the Chemours 50-mile radius area, you should have a result for each and every wells that is to be connected to be eligible for 1J1. Only for this, that area, a 50-mile radius of Chemours, you will need to show only 25% of the wells that is exceeding the threshold. 1J2 is minimum 50% of the wells must have that data exceeding the thresholds, and 75% of the total cost must be to address PFAS. So the guidance is very clear for these points. So please read to make sure to include all the documentation required. 2H3 and 2H4. For provide new treatment. So if you are providing new treatment, must replace or provide new treatment to a wastewater treatment or drinking water supply system affected by emerging contaminants. So if you are, requesting points under this, you should also demonstrate on how you are trying to take care of that emerging contaminant or PFAS issues and how we are going to be compliant with this regulation that is coming up. Other than the mentioned 6 PFAS compounds that have a proposed MCL or the final MCL, we have other kind of, if there is any other PFAS that is not currently regulated, if you can show that if it's 10 PPT or higher, again, you can get that lower points 2 which 4. That's all. I'll cover this one too, the interconnection. This is only for drinking water projects and also CDBGI, that is, drinking water projects related to CDBGI program. So 2K1 is for new potable water system interconnections, 2K2 for addition of larger potable water interconnection, and 2K3 like other interconnections, not limited to potable. So must provide documentation of both partners willing to interconnect. So that is a very important thing. If you are trying to interconnect with another local government, you should provide documentation that both partners are in agreement with that. I think this one I already covered, the floodplain. So right now, if you remember our older system, we had 2N1 through 2N7 for the resiliency, but right now we have 2N1 and 2N2 for relocating outside the floodplain, that is 100-year floodplain and 500-year floodplain. And then there is 2N3 to 2N6 is no more existing, so it's already gone. And then 2N7, now we we renamed it as 2T. So if you look at that, that is the redundancy resiliency. That's the same as I was talking about when we were talking about the SRF things. That's all the floodplain. So Tripti will do the impaired waters.
Okay, so 2O points, these are for impaired waters and just for wastewater projects. You need to, in your narratives and supporting documents, you need to provide information that tells us that the project will directly benefit the impaired water. For supporting documentation, we require stream name and impairment as documented in the integrated report. Please use the latest integrated report. Currently, the DWR has a draft integrated report for the year 2024. If it is still a draft when you submit the application, please use 2022 report. You need to, in your narratives, you need to provide the discussion of impairment and how it will benefit the project, directly benefit the project. The direct benefit, I'll just give one example. If the stream is impaired for BOD and if you are replacing your headworks, you cannot claim these points because there is no direct relationship between BOD impairment and replacement of headworks. You need to include maps with project location, stream location, and impaired segment. The most common errors are the application does not address the project does not address the impairment, but people still claim these points. And one example is if they are discharging their wastewater to an impaired stream and they have SSOs upstream of this, upstream of this impaired stream, and it is related to collection system, they can't claim these points. Sometimes they don't include a location of the project, impaired water, location of the impaired stream, and sometimes they don't show where they have outfall or where they have SSOs. So make sure that you read our guidance and include documents that are required to claim these points. 2P points, these are for special water classification points. If your project is project show direct connection with their impact on this water, you can claim these points. Our guidance has some special water classification. For example, they have drinking water 1, 2, 3, and 4, swamp water, nutrient sensitive water, and we have added this new classification: UWL, PNA, AFSA, and SAB. To claim this points, we need a map to show project location of special waters, and you need to include SSO reports as well as location of SSOs. The next slide is for, that is to 2 T points, and I guess this slide is already discussed in Hurricane Helen project. So you can claim these 3 points for drinking water, wastewater, and CDBGI project, and these are the requirements. Next category is system management. We have 3A, 3B, and 3C. 3C is a new line item this year in this funding round. 3A1 points are for asset management plan, and your narrative must describe 4 key AMP areas. Check the guidance because people often make mistakes in describing these 4 AMP areas. Even though they are eligible to get these points, they make mistake and we do not award these points. And AMP must be fully implemented. It must qualify for 3A2 points. And for CDB, for drinking water, wastewater, and EC projects, we don't need a copy of AMP, but for CDBG projects, we need a copy of it. Do you have a question? Okay.
For claiming points related to sampling, do we need to already have the record confirming more than 50% of the project area has contaminants before applying under EC?
The answer is yes. If you are applying for the EC program and claiming that 1J2, you should have the all the documentation showing the sampling and then showing that all the houses to be connected should be more than 50%. Yes.
You want to just repeat it?
Yeah, I'll just repeat it.
Okay, so I apologize if I missed this, because I know you all were rolling through pretty fast to get us caught back up, but it used to be in the 2N category, everything would roll down. Does it roll down to 2T as well?
You mean the 2N1 and 2N2?
Right, because it used to be if you claimed 2 and 1, but you weren't going to usually qualify, the division would automatically roll to 2 and 7 if you qualified. So now they don't roll, so you have to.
You have to claim 2T because we can only roll down if it is like, within that end. So if you think that, that cannot get 2 and 1, just claim 2T as well.
So 2 and 7, this 2T was 2 and 7 before, and that was a standalone line item. So 2 and 1 to 2 and 6, it was, we can just award point in one line category, but 2 and 7 was a separate category, and now it is 2T.
Right, but it used to roll down.
No, not for this one.
I think 2T,
2 and
7 didn't.
Yeah. It was 2 and 1 to 2 and 6, not 7.
So we have to claim 2T. Does it stay the same where you have to claim a different line item? Because you can now get 2N1, 2N2, and 2T.
Yes, but it has to be a different thing. That's another thing we are doing. If you are doing the flood resiliency and counting that as the 2T resiliency as well, you cannot. Only one thing you can use. That's why I was actually telling you all, use cybersecurity or some other sort of resiliency to claim that. You cannot use the same project, scope to claim both points.
Okay, so in the Hawaii guidance that is clear in Caribbean, not say it has to be a different.
Okay, we will make sure it is scored like differently. It's the same. Yeah, we will try to stay the same. So because the Helene is the new one, and that is going to be applied to the other one too.
Okay, yeah, it's just a little bit different.
Yeah,
So that's-
we will try to reduce as much as like kind of, same item is getting points, many times. That's like really not how it should be, but, for sometimes it is because, for example, if it's an MCL violation for the public health benefit, we want people to stack the points to prioritize that project because that is truly a health crisis, health emergency. So yeah, we will be thinking about those suggestions. Thank you.
Okay, I'll continue with this three A points. I already talked about 3A1 points and 3A2 points. They are for capital improvement plan. Please make sure that it is the capital CIP is adopted within 2 years of application, and it is for 10 years. For first 5 years, list the project with the cost by year, and for next 5 years, the project list of the project and the cost is fine. When you have this CIP priority matrix, please make sure that the proposed project is highlighted or it is easy to find it on that matrix. The name is similar, same or like identical to the proposed project, and the project and the cost of the project is not significantly different from what they have listed in the CIP. These are some common errors. Sometimes we get the resolution which is more than 2 years old. The CIP is not for 10 years. The most common error is they adopted the CIP in 2022 and they had a matrix showing different projects from 2022 to 2032. And if they use the same priority matrix in 2025, then we will consider it as 8 years CIP from 2025 to 2032. So make sure that you have 10-year CIP. Sometimes project is not clearly visible. The name is different. Sometimes it is just for one project, one proposed project. So we don't accept those CIPs. Sometimes only operation and maintenance expenses are there in the CIP. So those CIPs are not eligible to get these points. And when there is no explanation of change in priority, we don't award these points. And sometimes the application the narrative does not include anything about this line item. So without any narrative, we can't award these points. This is a new line item. It's for flood resiliency action plan. It wasn't there in the last funding cycle. I think Kavita explained this in Hurricane Helen priority rating system. So it is same as that one. So I will just skip this slide. And this is for category 4 affordability. And first line item is for, and this is applicable for all projects except for CDBGI projects. This line item is for residential connections, and you can claim points in only one subcategory. And these are different categories. And use only number of sewer or water connection as of date of application, and whatever information is provided in the application, we will award these points. So these are some categories. This is a next line item with that is for monthly sewer bill at 5,000 gallons, applicable for all projects. The points range from 4 to 10, and we have changed this category since last funding round, right? Yes, so these are the category in the spring 2024 round, and since last round, we have this new categories, and we award points according to the monthly bill, combined monthly bill for 5,000 gallons. And similarly for this line item, you can claim points in only one subcategories, and you need to provide rate sheets. So we manually calculate water and sewer bill for 5,000 gallons use. So make sure that you use the rates mentioned in the rate sheet that you attach with the application. If there are some changes, if there is a mistake in calculating water and sewer bill, we will award points according to our calculation. If your town has a single system utility, then use this conversion factor. If 0.4 for water only system and 0.6 for sewer only system. And when you calculate water and sewer bill, use the lowest resident rate, in town rate, and if possible, provide calculation. And we will verify those numbers. This is another line item for local government LGU indicators. And you can claim points in only one subcategory. We have different points. If 3 out of 5 LGU indicators are worse than state benchmark, 4, 5, and we have one more category that is for projects that benefit the disadvantaged area. And the LGU indicators that we use to give this point are property valuation per capita, person population change, poverty rate, median household income, and unemployment rate. And we will award these points based on LGU data in the affordability calculator. And by any chance, if you have alternative population area, if your population or any indicator is different than what we have in the affordability calculator, please provide that information and we will verify it and award those points. This line item is for projects that benefit the disadvantaged areas. It used to be line item 4D. And we give 5 points. And in this category 4, we have maximum number of points. But if you think that your project is eligible to get these points, even though you think that we will not award those points, please include this information because that will help us providing principal forgiveness for those those projects benefiting disadvantaged area. We have this disadvantage. We already spoke about this disadvantaged area, what we consider as the disadvantaged area. And to claim this point, please, in your narrative, please describe how the project will benefit the public health and the environment in this disadvantaged area. If we do not see any narrative to describe this benefit, we do not award these points. And to qualify for this point, 50% of the construction cost must benefit the disadvantaged area. And if the cost is for treatment plant, we divide this cost over the service area. The documentation, we need documentation to claim these points. Please review the guidance. The projects receiving 1E points will receive 4C4 points automatically without additional documentation, but you need to justify that in the narrative. Just use the same narrative that you use for 1E points. We need a map that shows the disadvantaged area, which is same as what you need to provide for to claim 1E points. Again, it should show the public health or environmental benefit to the disadvantaged area, and you need to show in the project budget that how the cost is, the project cost is what percentage of project cost is for this disadvantaged area. Okay, so project, if after you provide all these things and we review all documentation, if you are eligible to get this 4C4 points, the project
that project will get 50% principal forgiveness, up to 500,000 initial cap. And yes, even though, like I mentioned earlier, even though you think that you have enough points to play, enough points to get maximum points in category 4, if you still that you can get this 4C 4 points, please include everything so that if you are eligible to get those points, then we can offer the principal forgiveness. Okay, this is for CDBGI project, so Eric will talk about that.
Before I start, Susan handed me a question about low to moderate income that came in through the chat. I have 6 slides on the CDBGI portion about surveys and for low to moderate income. I'm going to save your question and read your question during that portion of the briefing and then answer your question then, okay? For 4E and 4F, these are specific to CDBGI. 4E is the poverty rate for a local government unit. You can receive up to 15 points maximum. The higher your poverty rate for your local government unit, the higher the points you'll receive. Just understand that for CDBGI, category 4 will make up at least half of the points you could possibly receive for CDBGI total points. So this is a very important section of the application when you're applying, along with the 4B, 4E, and 4F. Now, 4F is your low to moderate income percentages. And again, the higher, if your project is in a high LMI project area, the higher the points you get, up to a maximum of 25. You must provide the required documentation, and I'll go over that in the CDBGI portion of the project, of the briefing, excuse me. Now, CDBGI program specifics. Do we need to go for a break, or do we want to roll right into it? All right.
We'll take a break after.
Okay, I want to just say my name is Eric Karras. It's Karras with you spell Paris, just drop the P and add a K, and that's how you spell my last name, Karis. So if there's any questions after today's briefing, you can send me an email or reach out to any of my colleagues in the CDBGI unit. You can reach us through our website at the division, and we'll get back to you if we can't get your questions answered today in this briefing. Okay, the first thing I want to talk about is where do you find all the information you need to ensure successful application submittal to us. You'll go to I need funding. You'll see our prior rating guidance. I do want to stress that our interactive scorecard, I just realized we are still updating that. Our goal is to have that finalized and posted next week. You'll see all those appendixes and documentation at our site and links to that for the application. I do want to refer to our guidance, pages 12 and 19, for the specifics of what you need to submit for a CDBGI application. For the fall 2025 funding round, we're anticipating just over around $19 million to fund CDBGI projects. To qualify, the maximum grant we'll be able to award is up to $3 million. For a grantee, you cannot have more than 3 open grants to apply. You can submit multiple applications. However, the highest scoring application will be recommended to the SWIA for awarding. CDBGI is mainly focused on providing health and a healthy living environment through public water and sewer infrastructure financing. It is primarily focused for low to moderate income communities where the threshold as a project is at least 51% as LMI. For applicants, you must be a non-entitlement applicant, and I'm going to go over what is an entitlement applicant in another slide. You must be at least, again, 51% of the persons or households are LMI for within the project area. And all new connections, if you're going to be connecting within the project, all those connections must be LMI, not above LMI. An LMI person is defined as income is at or below 80% of the area's median income. The project limitations. Our projects can only be funded in residential areas. Therefore, for commercial areas, we cannot, CDBGI funds cannot go to those project areas. We can fund a private water and sewer connections, but those connections must go to LMI residences. We do require additional documentation at the time of application, and if those require updating prior to construction. So we will need a new survey if it's required. So if the LMI is not done, if the construction is late into the project, we will need a new survey to ensure those connections still meet the LMI requirement. There are restrictions to the flood areas, and again, I'll refer you to our guidance for those requirements for the floodway and floodplain. As previously discussed, what is an entitlement community? These are entitlement communities, are 24 within the state of North Carolina. These communities cannot apply through to us for CDBGI funds to the division. There are 4 counties in the North Carolina who cannot also apply for funds in North Carolina, and there are municipalities. There is an exception, and that is the town of Holly Springs and Linden. They can apply to us for CDBGI funds for the project. If you're a water or sewer authority, you have to go through or a single purpose government entity, you have to go through your local government unit, either a city or a county, to apply for CDBGI funds. All right, project maps and area descriptions. When you're applying for our funds, the project area, you must achieve that 51% LMI for all areas. Like, let me go back up here. If you have multiple areas or multiple project areas that are not contiguous for your project, all those non-contiguous areas must meet the 51% threshold for LMI. Okay. The project areas must be defined by geographic or streets, roads, if possible. If you're doing a improvement at a wastewater treatment plant or a treatment plant, just if you have a name for that treatment plant, name that treatment plant. Define the equipment that you'll be replacing or rehabbing. Use the word approximate for your linear feet, and the number of connections in your description as well is authorized. When you draw your map, ensure those boundaries line up with your actual description to ensure that they line up. And if possible, when submitting your maps, submit them where they don't get pixelized when you're going through the digitalization process or when you have to print the hard copy. Those maps are critical to our understanding of your project for awarding and understanding where your LMI. See Appendix A for those LMI percentage requirements for your project area. Okay, here's 6 slides I'll talk about for LMI, and hopefully it'll answer the questions. I will hit that question at the end of my brief and answer it there, okay? There are 2 types of LMI surveys that we do. There's the census data, which is associated with an area-wide survey. And you must use the HUD 2016-2020 ACS data, and we have the link from our division website for what I showed at the beginning to get you to that information. Now, for specific projects in specific areas, you must do an income survey and you must use 2025 HUD income limits. The survey must be done within 18 months of the submission of your application. So we're right now, as of the time of this briefing, within your window for those surveys. We do have English and Spanish documents to help with our templates to help with those surveys. But when you provide your surveys, you have to provide both occupied, the vacant, above income and non-responsive, as well as your below your LMI data surveys with your documentation. So you'll provide your surveys and then you'll provide your tabulation sheet on top of that, tabulating all those surveys when you submit that information to us. Again, refer to Appendix A for the specifics on each. Okay, so I think this might get to that question, determining what survey that you need to do for your project. If your project is going to benefit an area, such as, let's say you're improving a water treatment plant or addressing an issue at a water treatment plant or a wastewater treatment plant, then more than likely you'll do the census data or area-wide data because it's you're benefiting your community or town or county, how that, or whatever that large area that treatment plant is addressing. So the census data is the most efficient way to do your survey, okay? However, if your project is specific to a location such as a water line replacement or a sewer rehab project, then the income survey is the route you will have to take to get that income, that LMI data. You will have to do income surveys if your project is a hookup project, because we can only fund projects that are to LMI homes. So those all have to be surveyed. So if your project is that specific to homes where you're abandoning septic tanks or wells for drinking or wastewater projects, then you will definitely have to do the surveys to ensure we meet the LMI requirements for the project. Finally, we ask that you do not round to the nearest tenth or but go to the hundredths on your percentages for your LMI percentages. Moving on to using the census data. Again, I want to highlight the requirement for the ACS data. You'll filter down to your LGU location and provide that information. Ensure your map and your boundary lines are specific for your project, and you do not omit areas that are both high above LMI or below LMI, and that is an actual area that is being that data is incorporated with. Moving on to income surveys. For best practices, we recommend you start early in the process for your application. Engage with community leaders, local leaders as much as possible. Explain to members of the community why you're doing this and the importance of the survey for the community and for the project. And ensure the privacy of the information that you're gathering for the project. Again, we provide Spanish and English, but if you require additional languages, you will have to translate for your project. Again, documenting the LMI, we will need those documentations, so the methodology, if it's area or income surveys, the project area, map locations, where those surveys occurred, and the data used for your information. Again, refer to your appendix and the PRS requirements for the data requirements for your LMI. This slide here is a stoplight chart here, a final check. Like we recommend, these are some of the things we've noticed over the years with LMI surveys. We recommend referring to this slide. I see that you don't fall into these categories when you submit your surveys for review with your application. All right. Project descriptions. When you're submitting for an application, project description, defining your project, again, providing them components of the water and sewer line, which you'll be placing. Again, highlight the word approximate for your linear footage. Provide your locations of work, roads, terrain features, intersections as much as possible throughout your description. If the work is going to be off of the right of way, use your cardinal direction, and as much as possible, provide the direction along that as best you can. Project budget, paving cost. Based off of the 2024 funding round, there were some lessons learned based off of some of the issues with reducing paving cost to zero. We will be addressing those funding applications on a case-by-case situation, but going forward, we had to come up with a situation of how we'll account for paving costs for the project. CDBGI funds is only $3 million in paving costs. We have to allocate some funds for that, but our goal is to provide infrastructure to LMI residents. So to get after what we understand there's paving costs with our project. So we're using NCDOT pavement repairs for 654.01, which essentially is paving in existing roadways, which accounts for the diameter of the pipe plus 2 feet on left and right, and then the 1 foot base layer for the paving. So the trench is essentially that diameter of pipe plus the 2 feet on each side, and whatever fill you need for that. So you will need to provide that your estimate, and then the 6 feet plus the diameter of that pipe for your base paving layer. That's what we're going to ask for your estimate in your cost analysis for your paving cost. Now, for budgeting, we will not fund a mechanical overlay, regardless of if NCDOT or the local government requires a full mechanical overlay of the road. That is not something we will be able to have eligible for our projects. If the road is currently unserviceable or not paved, we will not provide a paving cost for that line item. Okay, so if it's a dirt road, it will remain a dirt road. We'll grade it and move on. If you have contingency funding, we will not use the contingency funding to pave the road for that. However, if the project budget provides a paving cost and it exceeds 5% of the project cost, and there's no justification or documentation to show why you have a 5% overage on your paving, we will reduce your paving cost to 5% of the project cost and recommend that to SWIA, to the Slate Water Infrastructure Authority, excuse me. So please provide your cost estimates for in the construction budget of your paving costs, and providing maps of where the paving you think is going to occur in your project. It just needs to be an estimate, but again, we're limited to at a maximum 5% unless you show some justification where your trench, pipe trench is more than that, okay? Which we understand, all right? Moving on to the next slide here, our projects are all under BABA. So we do have, they flow down from federal, state, to local government, to the contractors that will be purchasing all the materials for this project. So not only American Iron and Steel will be required, but listed construction materials and manufactured products will be required to meet BABA requirements. And we'll ensure that all the specifications and plan specifications will account for that during the review process as we meet each milestone for the project. Okay, required documentation and federal crime compliance documents for the application. As I stated earlier at the beginning of the presentation where you could find all of this information, you'll need to provide this. We have the guidance on page 12 and 19 of our guidance that highlights requirements for submitting this and putting this together. And the information that's needed in the order it's needed in the application. However, when you submit your information, you do need to go to other agencies to get this, to provide documentation to. So like SAN.gov, you need to provide LGC, your fiscal year 24 audits. We do not need your entire audit. We just need documentation of submittal proof. There's 3 examples in our guidance. The floodplain, floodway map information for the project, and then the applicant's capacity letter there. Our projects do require a public hearing and participation. That needs to be done within the calendar year of the, within one calendar year of the project. So, or within the same calendar year, excuse me, of the application. Those documentation needs to be submitted with the application. I do want to highlight and stress the notice window, the 10 days before and no more than 25 days. We need to see that. So please make sure you're meeting that window of notice, okay? That's critical. Okay, all right, so the application submission. All right, we do require, as earlier stated by Jan, a hard copy as well as electronic submission. They're both required, as earlier stated, on September 30th, 2025 at 5 p.m. Our guidance lays out the requirements for submission of that information, okay? Please provide both. They must be aligned with each and match each submittal. Okay. All right. For CDBG, the question that Susan handed me, is it required to have an accurate LMI data before applying? The answer is yes. You need to have LMI accuracy. You need to account for your non-responsive vacant lots. If you're doing the income survey, the LMI responsive and the above LMI responses with your submission of your application. And it needs to be done in the time frame prior to the application, okay? Or can we rely on census data even if the project area is only a small part of the census block? As I discussed earlier, there's 2 means to do an LMI survey. That's the area-wide and the income survey. Again, the project type will dictate your LMI survey you'll need to do. If the project benefits an entire area, then you can go and start and do the area survey using the census data. But if it's a small neighborhood, a couple of streets or non-contiguous project area, you're going to need to do the income surveys. Well, are there any other questions? Susan, are there any other questions for me? All right, that concludes my briefing. Bible Utilities Unit.
So it is 3:27. Let's take an 8-minute stretch, eighth inning stretch until come back at 3:35, and we'll hit into Bible Utilities, lead service line, and so unfunded. Now what? If y'all want coffee, if you're freezing or you're like, I'm about to fall asleep, go out through the conference center hang a right, go through the double doors into the suite, and they have a fabulous coffee bar. And you can bring the mugs in here. Just make sure you return them to the COG before 5. So back. So I will let Tony Dongaro take it away. And let me just close some stuff down here so that you can have the screen. All right, all yours.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. As Jennifer said, my name is Tony Dongaro. I'm with the Viable Utilities Unit within DWI, Environmental Program Consultant. And we're going to talk to you today a little bit. We have a little small section, which is a Viable Utilities Program primer. And then we're going to go into a little bit of the funding that is available for study grants. By a show of hands, can I see if we have any people here who are working with distressed utilities at this point? Okay, other than internals, we've got Vince over there. I think the people that we have here are fairly familiar with the program, but in interest of those who aren't, I'm just going to go breeze through these slides pretty quickly. They're pretty dense in information, but they're there for your reference, but I'll just hit with the key points. The genesis of this program came back in 2017 when SWIA did the State Water Infrastructure Authority Master Plan. In that master plan, it defined a viable utility as a system that functions as a long-term, self-sufficient business enterprise, establishes organizational excellence, and provides appropriate levels of infrastructure maintenance, operation, and reinvestment that allows the utility to provide reliable water service now and in the future. So if the program began with an end in mind, that would be it. The legislature did some revisions to the water infrastructure statutes in 2020 that basically put 3 statutory requirements on the DEQ. These were 1, to identify and designate distressed local government units. And if you go down to like the 3rd bullet point on here, we do that in coordination with SWIA and the LGC. The second thing that we do is we provide a process to develop these systems that are to help them to progress towards being more viable water and sewer systems. The last thing we were commissioned with doing was to manage the viable utility reserve. A couple things, and we're going to talk about all 3 of these things, but relevant to the discussion today, for the fall 2025 application round, we have $50 million in viable utility reserve that we intend to award this time around. This isn't set in stone or anything, but basically the division is we want to put $5 million towards study grants and the other $45 million towards construction grants. If there is a definition of a viable utility, there's also a definition of a distressed utility. I'm not going to go ahead and read the whole thing, but basically a distressed utility is one that is showing signs of failure to either identify or address those technical, financial, and managerial aspects of their organization that lead to them being a long-term viable entity. Viable program, utility objectives. I really like the 3rd one down here is to really, we start with encouraging local leaders to be more engaged and committed and accountable for the utility management. That's really where it all starts. So the first thing we're going to talk about is those statutory requirements that we're trying to put onto the DEQ. Was the assessments. We are in the 5th assessment. We stood up in 2000 and really did our first assessment in 2001, so 2005, basic math. There's a pretty interesting schedule on this. It's built around when other things happen, like when their annual audits are due and everything. So, and then we have, of course, we have to coordinate these things with LGC and SWIA, so they each have their respective needs. There are certain criteria that we evaluate all 500, actually, Susan, more than 500? Just under 500 government-owned utilities in the state that we evaluate every year. I say we, but it's really a small group of us. There's 18 criteria that we go by. They're kind of broken down into 3 basic categories. The first 4 are statutory. They came from the revisions to the general statutes. Criteria 5 through 11 really are talking about the organizational, technical aspects of the organization. And 12 through 18 are really financial data that we get from the LGC. And what we're looking for is any system that scores above a 9, based on these 18 criteria, can become designated. Now, that's not the only way they can become designated. If the LGC has formally taken them over, they can become designated. If they have failed to submit annual audits for 2 years in a row, they can become designated. There's also a 4th criteria whereby under special circumstances, an LGU can request to be designated. So beyond imposing statutory requirements on the DEQ, the revisions to 159G also established some statutory requirements on the LPUs that have been designated as distressed. And if you go back to one of the things that we're supposed to be doing is providing a process. And what we have done is we have developed that process around these statutory requirements. This slide and the next slide, basically, on your left-hand side, it has the statutory requirement. And on the right-hand side, is the available resources and the assistance that the Viable Utilities Unit provides to these organizations. And there's 2 slides there. I'm not really going to go through that. It's not quite pertinent to the application at this point. Funding opportunities. So we have what we fund out of the Viable Utility Reserve and also the SRP are asset inventory and assessment grants. Also covered under those can be rate studies. We do merger regionalization and feasibility studies. MRFs, I'm really surprised I said that without stumbling over it. I'm like MRF dyslexic. These are encouraged for some distressed utilities who just do not have the economies of scale and might benefit by some type of merger. We also provide some emergency operation grants. These are for D1 distressed units only, and those are those units that have been taken over by the LGC. And of course, the Viable Utility Reserve also does construction project grants. This is the Viable Utility Reserve eligibility form. Remember that Viable Utility Reserve program or awards have to benefit a distressed LGU. Jen kind of went over this earlier in the general application, so in the interest of time, I'm not going to go over that particular slide anymore. My email address is actually in the first section of here. So if you have any questions about that form or whatever, please feel free to reach out to me and I'll try to provide you the proper answer. Other statutory requirements. Let's bypass that. There's a little bit of a timeline on these projects. I can go through this real quickly. The AIA and the MRF project timelines are pretty straightforward, but basically the starting bell or shot goes off when we send out a letter of intent to fund. And what we really are really shooting for is to see the project close out in 20 months. Construction projects. Yeah, a little less straightforward, but basically, again, The clock starts with the letter of intent to fund. But what we really want to see is the project, what we're shooting for is the project to be under construction within 2 years. Little bit about the MRFs. There's currently 10 of them going on. The notes on this says talk about what you know. I have very little involvement with any of these. What I will say is down at the bottom, the Lumber River MRF thing kind of predates the Viable Utilities Program, and a lot of what Viable Utilities Program is comes from lessons learned from that. This program's only 4 or 5 years old, and it's rapidly evolving. Some of the other initiatives that we're involved with, we have a contract through the Council of Governments with Raftellus to help distressed utilities get the rate studies done. We're working with Closing America's Wastewater Access Gap. That's helping these decentralized systems in rural areas get decent service. There's the Voluntary Energy Optimization and Training Program, and we're also starting to get into cybersecurity audits and everything, which are increasingly becoming really critical. People tend to think of cybersecurity as somebody is accessing SCADA and they're turning on pumps, or they're doing this or doing that, but they can also hack a billing system. And if an LGU all of a sudden loses all their contacts, they can't send out bills, they can't pay their bills, they can't access their limbs. That can be a real issue. And of course, DEQ and Viable Utilities doesn't do anything in the vacuum. We have a lot of partners and everything that help us to assist not just distressed utilities, but all viable or all government-owned utilities. So that was the real quick rundown on that. Bob, did I miss anything? Any question? Okay, we're saving some time here. So we're going to talk a little bit about the AIAs and grants and everything. So let me see here. So for the Viable Utility Reserve grant, AIA DUR funds, there is a limit of $400,000 per LGU for settlements. That's $15 million for construction and everything, but it's $400,000 per LGU. So if an LGU, give you an example of an LGU or a distressed utility has both a drinking water system and a wastewater system, they can get $150,000 on each one of those systems, a total of $300,000. That leaves $100,000 to do an MRF study if they determine that that is the route they want to go. But you can mix and match that up. A 1.5% grant fee applies. There is no match requirement on DUR funded AIA grants. They have a list of eligible activities, but basically it's everything that we need to do to get to the management plan. DUR funds must be awarded directly to a distressed LGU or their public partners or the top. So,
Tell me real quick. I think the $400,000 cap is just. So the $400,000 cap is just for applicants for this cycle. So they're eligible to receive more than $400,000 lifetime, but that does count against the 50 million lifetime VUR.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Question came in on chat as well. Will an at-risk town that is rated 8 qualify for this VUR?
Let's say no.
No. Correct.
Vince?
Then at risk, putting you with an address of a request to be listed as distressed. They have other information.
They can. Susan, can you speak to that process? Since you're up here?
Sure. Since I'm up here. Okay, so we do have one way that utilities can get designated. It's, we call it D4, but it's if you don't meet the other criteria clearly and you have other information that you believe indicates that you are distressed, you can do a request to be designated. You would submit information to division staff, and then we would present that to the State Water Infrastructure Authority, and it would be their decision on whether or not to do that designation. So the answer is it's possible. Is it guaranteed? No, depends on what information you present and how the authority feels about the case that you're making.
So the process would be approach division staff. We would get a presentation together, present that to SWIA during a regular scheduled meeting, get it on the agenda. They would make a decision on it, and that would be.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Susan.
What?
I just want to clarify something on the $15 million. Did we get to the $15 million limits with VUR? In the
It may have been back in the other section.
Okay. Just want to bring up, because somebody was asking me a question about the viable utilities reserve. There's a $15 million statutory limit for a local government that qualifies for VUR grants. If a local government had received VUR funding, including ARPA VUR funding in the past, that does count towards a $15 million cap. So this is harking back to the previous presentation, not to this particular one. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, so AIAs can also be funded through the SRP. Currently, the limit on that is $15 or $150,000 per LGU utility. And I believe that's also every 3 years, correct, Bob? Every 3 years. Again, the 1.5% fee applies. There are match requirements for non-distressed recipients. It has been waived for distressed recipients. That match requirement, I believe, goes, it's based on LGU indicators. If you're 5 of 5, it's above the norm, it's 5%. And it goes all the way up to 20% if you are fewer than three of them. Yeah, I believe that's how that works. These are limited to utilities that serve fewer than 10,000 residential connections. And again, that's right there once every 3 years. Eligible activities are pretty much the same as they were for the VUR. There's a little caveat here. Okay, so we know that from earlier today that the General Assembly has prioritized that SRP funds be prioritized for land-related projects. And as always, available grants is a fraction of the need. So while it is unlikely that there will be funds, that SRP funds available for AIAs this fall, the chance of funding is not zero. The primary value, I think, in going ahead and applying this year would be to just see how your projects do and have it be reconsidered the next time around. Make amendments. You can do that. Any other? Okay. So let's see, AIAs. Okay, so we're going into the scoping of projects and everything. We'll go bypass that. So there are application completeness items that we need for completeness. Jen kind of went over this into the general. The same thing goes. The first 4 of these forms, they're required for completeness. If one of those is missing or not proper, it will make the application ineligible. You can miss the other 2, but it will make it difficult, not impossible to get those points. So I'm not sure that that's much of a distinction there. This is just a diagram showing us how the points in the priority rating system are broken down. There's 3 categories: project benefits, system management, and affordability. There's a total maximum points, 24 points on this. You can get 8 points in project benefits. The majority of the points, or half of the points, come from system management for a total of 12, and affordability gets us 4. And we're going to break this down a little bit. Again, this is a little bit more of an overview. The system narrative, the narrative portion of the application, again, is broken down into those 3 categories, and there's a total of 8 questions and 4 calculations. We recommend that you respond in order on that. To my eye, some of the best applications actually copy that question, put it into paste it into their narrative, and then give us the answer there and format that so it's very clear. But basically what it comes down to, category 1, we're going to be talking about challenges, past asset management efforts, and distress status. System management, we're going to be talking about the asset management team, how the data is going to be used, how it's going to be maintained and managed. And we also talk about the operating ratio. And of course, the affordability is just kind of calculated off of your operating ratios and your LGU indicators. So category 1, benefits. Discuss the top 3 challenges your system faces in the next 5 years and how an AIA will benefit those challenges. This is a key part of this, is you have to elucidate exactly how conducting this AIA will help you address the challenges. So in other words, if you have one of your big problems is we're having people who are turning over, and you have institutional knowledge, and you need to be able to capture this institutional knowledge and store it in a platform like a GIS. That is a major challenge that a lot of utilities are having. So that's the kind of tie-in we're looking for. One thing that I will say about answering these questions and reading these applications, a lot of times they're coming in from units that we're somewhat familiar with, and they leave some things out. I think it's like they think that we will infer some of the information, but we're charged to be very objective in reviewing these applications. So don't leave anything. Tell a story. Tell a little bit about your town, how this challenge arose, how it's affecting you, and how you plan to use this to address it. And if you have to reiterate that in each one of the challenges, do it. Make each one its own standalone story. Don't make the reviewer have to infer information across the challenges. Also going to discuss steps that are already taken. You know, when we went, let's go back to this. In project benefits, one of the things we had was LGU has been identified as distressed by the authority and commission. So one of the things we want you to talk about, we don't want you to just say, yes, we're distressed. That's not really going to get you the 2 points. We want to hear a little bit of a narrative that you understand what that means and what you have done. Even if it just means that you said, hey, we've sent 3 or 4 people to bump training, and that is a statutory requirement. We're applying for this to help us fulfill a statutory requirement. Okay, system management. This is one where people miss a lot of points. Discuss the internal asset management team, including for each member. We want their name, their position title, their experience. any training or certificates that they have, future or current or future duties, responsibilities to the team. I mean, write up a little brief resume, each person on here. And one thing about it, that team does not have to just be staff of the LGU. Okay, they can be COG partners, they can be county partners, they can be your consulting partners and everything. But what we're primarily looking for here is to make sure that, number one, the town, city, county, whatever is involved in this project. And that it's the data that it generates is not just going to sit on a shelf or a hard drive somewhere. It is going to be managed and utilized. That's one of the main things that we're going to be, we're looking for here. You also want to discuss your rate setting practices and whether an adopted CIP is used to inform that process. If you have a CIP and is considered in that rate setting process, please be sure to mention that, because if you don't, you will fail to get maximum points from this section. Again, how the team will use and manage the data to address the system challenges. This comes down to who is going to manage it. Sometimes we get an application, looks real good, but it's a small town and they don't say anything about how this RP owns. When if they say that, the county has a GIS department and they're going to announce it. That's the kind of information that we're looking for to make sure that these dollars are being well spent in study grants. Lastly, there's calculate and discuss the last 3 years operation ratios. What we're looking for is all 3 years to be above a 1. Of course, there are mitigating circumstances. So if you have 2 years that are above a 1, and then you paid off a loan or whatever in advance, and that took your ratio down below a 1 for that final year, mention that, explain this is why. And that's a mitigating circumstance that can help you maximize points in that section.
Sorry, Tony, on the CIP line item, are you scored 0, 1, or 2? Are you scoring more if you have, can you go back to the slide? It says discuss rate setting practices and whether an adopt CIP is used to inform that process. You score more if you don't have a good process in place because you need to get one in place, or you score less?
You score less.
Okay. Although wouldn't the intent of this funding be to like help bolster some of those, so you think you'd score more if you were underperforming on them?
See, I was pretty surprised when I asked something like that. I agree with the sentiment 100%, but the priority rating system for these it's kind of deferential for an organization that has greater managerial. It just preferentially does. And I think that's why we are allowing 2 automatic points up in section 1 from the project. Kind of help benefit that, help to benefit that. Also, the other thing that, when it comes to AIAs that are being funded out of SRP, it's everybody doing that. But when it's the viable utility reserve, it's really just the disruptions out there. So they're a little bit more. Kristen, you moved up like you have. Okay, all right. Okay, so affordability, that just comes off of our affordability calculator. This goes into a little bit more of the project milestones that we kind of went over before. It has a little bit more information. No match requirement. One thing that's important, up to 10% of the funding can be used for software and or equipment. Little caveat on that software, it's just for the first year of licensing. Beyond that, it is an ineligible expense. And we have a list of the final deliverable requirements there. I would like to talk about the GIS layers being a deliverable. At least what we need is a deliverable of a shapefile that's showing the service area. The reason why we have that concession is because these databases and these files have essentially, it could be a security concern of identifying where critical. And some entities don't wish to disclose that for public consumption. So at very least, we want to see that shapefile showing the service area. Okay. Any questions? Thanks.
Are you getting the shape file that we deliver it to typically the town GIS?
As a project, I get it. And we, within Viable Utilities, we have a gentleman that kind of takes care of our stuff. And I just send it to him. He gives me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And then that goes on my checklist that I got that. You know, so if it's there, that's where we get it. It comes to me, it'll come to the PM, we'll slide it over to Shane. Shane will say, it's perfect, I can work with it, and then I'm good.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add, but you only get us where you have to provide to a service boundary. So like if they're worried about security of their asset data, you don't have to provide all. If you have to provide an example of the study, but you don't have to provide the GIS pairs of all. Because that.
Right.
Tony?
Yes.
Just elaborate a little bit. Yeah, so everything you described about AI is great. But we're seeing communities come in for a second, even a third.
Right.
Okay. We have to score those applications, you know, as they are, right? We have to review those applications as they are. But please tell us how, you know, the project you're requesting is building upon previous work done. When we see applications that are a second or third iteration, but you're kind of speaking as if this is a brand new effort, you guys have never done planning, you know, like, that kind of raises some yellow flags, right, in review. So just something that,
Okay.
does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. So keep in mind that depending on the size of the town and where they are in their asset management program, $150,000 per utility for the SRP, $400,000 for the VUR may or may not be enough to satisfy all the viable utility requirements of an AI. Oftentimes it is, but oftentimes it is not. So it comes down to part of does it fall under the management discussion on this, or is it project benefit? I think it falls under the project benefits, where you're going to say, you know, part of our challenge is we haven't finished this. We've done this, and this, and now we need to be taking the next steps, and we're seeking funding to do that. Does that answer the question? That's it. So if nobody had any questions, I believe Matt put some in. Oh, we still got to go into MRFs. Man, I thought I was out of here. Okay. So we're going to do MRFs. Okay. So for the fall 2025, the UR funding for MRFs is available. Again, we're coming down to that $400,000 per limit per LGU. A lot of the same things apply. You know, it's a 1.5% fee. The merger, let me back up a little bit. I'm just going to talk off of this slide. These MRFs are non-binding studies. Okay, but they, of course, based on the title, they need to involve more than one utility. So we need at least 2 utilities to be involved. It can be any manner of merger or organization. So this can be just mutual assistance agreements, or it can be full-blown mergers. It can be a couple of towns sharing staff, coming together to use the same ARM system, billing system, anything that would give them some economies of scale. But that's what we're looking at for mergers. For regionalization, we're really looking at physical connection of either the water supply, you know, the source, the distribution, or from the wastewater side, clean water side. We're looking at interconnection between collection systems and regionalizations of treatment. So that's where we're at. The vast majority of those that I've seen have been discussions on the side, and they might move into regionalization, but they usually start, you know, focusing on mergers. BU funding must be used to help address distressed LGU statutory requirements. And BU funding must be awarded directly to distressed LGUs or their public partners or COGS. Generally speaking, you know how you brought up that the priority rating system for AIAs prioritizes those LGUs that have higher organization. Okay, well, the MRFs kind of prioritize who's in lower organizational capacity. So whoever is applying it should be the one with the least capability is the one who applies. So this about, you know, their partners or their clients, it's usually going to be the distressed utility that's applying, particularly if they're pursuing these are funds, which is the lion's share of the available funds this round. Okay. Right now there's a $50,000 limit. The SRP, just like the AIAs, you can go back to the well once every 3 years. These mergers can be partial or complete. A lot of this is redundant. Let's just kind of move on. And again, when we get back to the SRP, those funds this round are prioritized for the lean. So again, it's not that there is a 0 chance of funding, but it is a non-zero chance.
I'm going to confirm this to make sure I'm remembering correctly. So if you have a distressed utility partnering with a non-distressed utility or an MRF, the non-distressed utility could be the applicant proof of a commitment by reports.
Yeah, and we'll get into that. The question was whether or not a distressed utility should or could be the applicant. So we'll get into that a little bit. So MRFs are not a requirement. They often emerge after they get through this viable utility process. They've done their AIA, they've done their CIP, they've done their rate study, and they're looking at those rate recommendations, and they're saying, we need to cast a bigger net for some other solutions, and that's really where they come in. The non-distressed partner may apply on behalf of the distress system, but again, a lot of times the PRS prioritizes systems that have low management capabilities. So a lot of times it should be the distress unit that's going to apply. let's see, the scopes for an MRF must include 3 alternatives plus a no action. So I guess that's 4. Identify new options that have not addressed in the previous study or build upon and advance those past efforts. Let's see, required for completeness. So Kristen, this is where you were getting, it's pretty much the same thing, but also in the package or an MRF application, we need a letter from the potential partners acknowledging the application and committing to participate. They understand that this is non-binding, and there also somewhere in the application it comes up that one of the partners has to have some unallocated capacity to help the other utility. And I think that's really for regionalization. Okay, again, the PRS system here is broken down in the same 3 categories. We have a max of 20 points. What do we got? We got 6 on project benefits. We can get a total, I hate this slide because it doesn't give me the total, but we can get 20, get a max of 20 points. Again, the narrative is broken down in the same 3 categories this time. So there's 9 questions, 4 calculations. Move through project benefits, the same as discussed, the top 3 challenges your system will face. And again, what we're looking at is, you know, how will this study help you meet those challenges? Challenges must be directly related to the study. Consider providing documentation as applicable. Let me see. I feel like there's something I wanted to say on this. Actually, this goes back to both the AIAs and the MRFs. When we're talking about consider providing documentation as applicable, we often get a supporting documents file with an application. All right, and a lot of times what happens is we will get a supporting documentation file that's 200 pages. Okay, it's just huge. Okay, and sometimes all that information is relevant, and sometimes people are like, let's throw everything, including the chicken sink, in this application. That is not necessarily beneficial. My recommendation when you do this is to index it in some way. So like you might start off with that first page on that giant PDF says pages, you know, 5 through 10 are question 1, you know, do that. Or go back to your narrative and type in after your question, see pages 18 through 24 of supporting documents. So that the people can go right back, the reviewers can go right back there and look at it and see the information that you want them to see. That really, really helps us. I think that scoring application. Let's see. System management, discuss the size and capabilities, considering number of positions, description duties of the utility staff, consider any contracted operations and management agreements with private and other entities. You know, I'm really having a hard time seeing a pattern and telling you what to do on one of these applications on this, other than what I can, because the MRF, everyone is different. They are quite unique. So one of the main things that I would say on this is to reach out to staff to get your application and get a one-on-one review of that application. Kristen?
So if, exactly. So if a utility has multiple water purchase contracts with other entities, primarily for emergency purposes, emergency interventions, Do they have to provide letters of participation from every single entity that they have an emergency interconnection with and an agreement with? Or do they only have to provide letters from the active entities in the application?
I would say. Just.
What would, I think, wouldn't it depend on the purpose of the study?
Right, so let's say the purpose of the study is primarily to look at a smaller entity being absorbed by a larger entity.
Okay.
Fully, a merger. And the smaller entity currently has a bunch of random emergency interconnections with which they have legal agreements, internal agreements with all these entities for these emergency agreements, as one should. But they're only really working with this one partner. Do they need to get at least letters from all the entities saying, like, yeah, we know they're doing the study and we're fine with it, because it will affect the emergency interconnections if the other entity takes them over. And interacting,
Yeah.
right, very interactive, but it's so. Who they're part. Right, the interconnections are not going to change, but they might have changes to who they're actually connected to. So it would probably be better to have some kind of letter if we can, but at this point, it's not mandatory.
Yeah. Have a conversation. Like I said,
And you know, those scenarios.
Yeah. What's up?
Okay, so basically what Charlie was saying, if it's, this is an individual consideration. If there are indirect impact to other connected utilities, that we may or may not want to include them in the study or. That's what we're doing now.
Well, yeah, they'll be notified, but we were wondering if we also need letters.
My take on it is, strictly speaking, you know, and looking at the application directly. If you're not looking at merging or regional those entities, you're not, what you're looking for is a statement that they have, that they know you're doing. This thing.
And if you're not sure, just give us a call.
Yes, I'm not sure.
All right.
So affordability, this is pretty much identical to what happens with the AIAs. Funded projects, once a project is funded, the milestones for an MRF are very similar to an AIA. We want to, from the letter of intent to fund the project close out, we're looking at approximately 24 months. And that's the same regardless whether it's an SRP or a BUR funded project. Okay, so question, which characteristic of the team should be included in the narrative? A, position within the LGU, duties on assessment management team, experience, their training, certification, licensure, A, B, and C, or all of the above. All of the above. By the way, they put these little red boxes in here for me. So the next one, for MRF applications, the highest capacity partner should be the applicant. Narrative should address both applicants and partners' challenges and benefits for performing them. So, question 3, give full credit for line 1A, the AIA project narrative must include the inventory of known assets and installation dates, address how the proposed project will generally address most of the listed challenges, draw direct connections between the top three challenges faced by the applicant and how the AIA will address and benefit those challenges. D, list only one or two challenges faced by the applicant. Okay.
Susan?
Anybody have any questions?
We got one.
Who's got one?
Is new construction such as a water line to serve a distressed area an eligible project under VUP? If so, is there a cap on construction funding? And does it include design and engineering costs?
If an interconnect is being done to benefit a distressed unit, it would be eligible for viable utility reserve fund.
Area.
Just,
Yes.
okay, I missed that
Yeah.
distinction. If it's a distressed area, no.
Yeah, viable utility reserve funding is only available to units that are designated distressed.
It's admitted as distressed, yes. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for pointing out that distinction.
Good point.
All right.
Okay, so y'all are hanging in there. I appreciate it. Two more to go. David is going to take us home. He's going to talk about lead service lines and then also what I'm funded. Now what do I do? Kind of give you some tips and tricks for if you do get a funding award from the authority. What are your first steps just so you're not caught by surprise when it happens? All right, so David, I think I got you set up here.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good afternoon. As Jennifer said, these are the last two segments. The first one is for the lead service line replacement program. There's going to be a brief primer on the program eligibility. And also we'll talk about the priority rating system for it. And then the final segment of the day is going to be what an applicant whose application is being awarded funding should do in order to get to the money. So let's get started. Let me introduce myself. I'm David Cecchini. I'm one of the supervisors of the Drinking Water Project Unit and the Division of Water Infrastructure. And I happen to manage this particular funding program, lead service line replacement. So, probably the one thing that you're all interested in is how much money is available in this program for the next round. You heard this morning that this program is one of those rolling application funding programs. So we have several funding rounds throughout the year. We just had for 2025 and this year, we already had 3 awards in February, in April, and in July. And we started with the 2024 capitalization grant for this program. We started with $56 million total available for these projects, with a mandated 49% principal forgiveness on the entire cap grant, which is, you can see in the slide, $76 million. So almost half of that, $37 million, which of course, represents more than 50%. I don't know if the pointer will work here, but for those of you online, you certainly can see the pointer. So I'll put it there. So that $37 million in principal forgiveness represents more than 50%, as a matter of fact, almost 2/3 of the total available for projects. So this is the program that has a lot of principal forgiveness available that has to be awarded to projects. So, as I said, we already had 3 funding round awards this year. You can see the figures in this slide. They change from award to award. For example, in April, we had we were able to award only $1.1 million in principal forgiveness and $9 million in no interest repayable loans. That was reversed in the following round in July, where we were able to award over $12 million in principal forgiveness and only $2 million in no interest loans. So that is simply the result of the type of application received, the characteristics in terms of eligibility, characteristics of the applicants who filed the application in terms of their eligibility for principal forgiveness, and I must say the quality of the application that we received. So I can tell you that going from the application we received in April to the application we received in July for the July award, we were able to award much more principal forgiveness in July because the application we received did a much better job at claiming the priority line items that grant principal forgiveness. So it's very important in this program to really pay attention to the guidance document on how to file, a proper application, because the difference is significant. It goes from free money to money that you have to pay back, or the other way around. So for the September 2025 awards, the cutoff date was last Friday, August 1st. So the next one, that if you have applications that you like to file, the next cutoff date is November for awards at the December 2025 meeting of the State Water Infrastructure Authority. For the September awards, we had a total of $17 million minimum estimated funds that we made available with the application. We just received the application. We haven't started reviewing them yet. So we don't know how much of those $17 million we're going to be able to award and how they're going to be divided between principal forgiveness and repayable loan. Depending on how and what numbers we're going to be able to put in that line, let's say about a month from now, okay, we'll know how much is available for the December awards. However, for this program, what we do is this: if we come to the end of the funds on the current CAP grant that we are using to fund the projects, and there are enough eligible, right, they're not enough, there's more eligible applications, okay, than the money left in the CAP grant allows, in order to find all of them, we use money from the next capitalization grant. So I could tell you here that we would estimate for December a total of $17 million, but if we have $20 million of eligible application, we're going to tap into the 2025 and the next CAP grant in order to be able to fund them all. So apply, don't pay too much attention to these numbers. Don't be shy, apply, because the money is there. All right, who can apply? Pretty much everyone: local units of government, nonprofit water utilities, and investor-owned water utilities. What kind of project can you apply for? Here comes the restriction, one of the biggest restriction of this program. You can only apply for projects that involve activities aiming at identifying, inventorying, and replacing lead in your system water service lines. What you cannot include in the project is any activities that involve water mains that may be where those service lines get the water from for the customers, and water meters, water service meters. Those are not eligible items to use this money. For that, you heard earlier today, if you have a project where, yes, you would like to combine along with activities on the service line, perhaps, replacement of lead, if you found any, with work on water mains or replacement, replacement water mains, replacement meters, even if they may have had lead in it, you need to apply for a drinking water SRF construction program. So one of those semi-annual applications. Another limitation of this funding program is that if you find lead on a service line, all that lead needs to be removed. You cannot remove only a portion of it. And I'm going to use the next slide, the illustration on the next slide, as a way to clarify this. So in this slide, you see that the service line, which is basically that pipe that connects, the water main to the left to the premises on the right, that water line is that service line is divided into two halves, in two sections. There is the system-owned portion on the left, which is the one that is owned by the utility. We also refer to it to the public portion of the service line. And then there is the other one on the right, closer to the premises, that is typically on the customer's property, okay? And that traditionally has not been the responsibility of the water utility. Has been solely the responsibility of the property owner. Well, if you're investigating, inventorying activities have identified in the private portion of the service line, lead or galvanized iron that, needs to be replaced because it's been exposed to lead, you cannot use these funds to remove only the lead on the utility side. You need to remove it everywhere along the service line, also on the private property.
Getting around, the people that are applying and receiving these funds, getting around that they don't have the authority to work the private side. Are they doing easements? What are they doing?
Okay, if they don't have the authority to replace on that, when you say the authority, let me ask you, you mean there are ordinances, local ordinances that prohibit it? Well,
Government units can't replace.
Do you?
Getting around it.
all right, we have a,
So the state constitution says you cannot use public money for private purposes.
Yeah.
And roughly speaking, there's a determination that widespread public health issues on private property are a public health issue. And therefore it's a public, used for a public benefit. A bunch of other states did this explicitly. I don't know that we have. The way that it ends up being done is that the town offers to pay the money and actually gets permission from the landowner. Or there's a process where I think they have to try 3 times and be refused by the landowner.
So it's just that they haven't been sued yet.
Roughly speaking, yes.
So their attorney has decided that the public health puts them in the right of way to spend their public dollars on.
Their attorney, the state attorney hasn't told us not.
this comes, this came from, that Dawson.
Oh, yeah, I recognize that, but North Carolina, it's not, yeah.
We got, we never state.
But they have the, right, they have it.
Constitution, and they actually did it under the Civil Rights Act for low income and stressed community.
Yeah, low income is a different story, but if it's replacing all of them. Interesting.
Well,
Thank you, David.
no, thank you, Vincent. You clarified something that I was not quite aware of. The recipient of the funds, let's say that the water system, the local unit of government, okay, will determine if they're allowed to do this or not. And consequently, they will decide whether to apply or not. Okay, another thing that the lawyers or the utility, the lawyers for the town or the water utility management is going to have to decide is this: if the only way Vincent alluded to, a willing homeowner to let the or property owner to let the work done on their property. If the only way to do that is, for example, to let a private contractor, a plumber, do the work. Well, the applicant here, the utility is going to have to decide if they want to pay that plumber directly rather than paying a contractor to do all the work everywhere that needs to be done. If they want to do, spot replacements where they're not included in their general contract, but the work is conducted by private contractor. That's entirely up to the recipients of the funding. We have the money available. If you figure out a way to make it happen, it's there. And we realize that it's not going to be easy, but we offer flexibility in terms of what is eligible. Okay. So for example, if your incurred costs are, yes, work done by private plumbing contractors hired directly by the property owners, we accept that. It's an eligible cost for reimbursement using these funds.
Do you know, because I've seen you work. Oh, wait, you're not ready. Show the next slide or not?
Okay. Okay, so if, going back to the previous slide, okay, what can be replaced includes any lead connectors. So this picture, that part that is right at the water main, okay, it connects the service line to the water main. But allows only the replacement of galvanized service line, requiring replacement, if it can be demonstrated that they were at any point in time downstream of lead, so that they have been exposed to lead, may have absorbed lead, and may be a potential release source of lead to the customers. So if you cannot demonstrate that that galvanized was ever downstream of lead, you cannot replace it using these funds. I see that there is a question there.
Yeah, so the question is, so like, can they include, like, if it's a find and replace project, can they include finding where the lead is on the distribution side, like where the lead, like how can they prove basically that that galvanized has then been exposed to lead?
Well, there are two ways. One is direct evidence. Okay, so if you actually expose the service line, perhaps you find that the connector there, the gooseneck, or whatever I want to call it, is lead. Okay, or records. Records, they indicate that at one point there was water main that may have joint solder that contain lead or anything of that nature. Right? But you cannot, using these funds, you cannot replace galvanized service lines where the status of lead is unknown, right? Associated with other components of unknown status. So if you have galvanized lines, our recommendation is that you apply for money to do the investigation that would lead to obtaining that evidence. One thing that is not allowed by this program is to do any replacement inside the premises. So the water service line for this program ends at the point where it entered the premises. All right, let's talk a little bit about the money aspect here. So this is an SRF program. So we talk about loans, no grants. Part of the loan can be forgiven. That's what we call principal forgiveness. And we have seen earlier that more than 50% of the available funds are to be awarded as principal forgiveness. The remainder of the loan, the repayable portion of the loan, will have no interest, right? And will have to be paid back depending on the type of project. If your project includes replacement of any kind, the repayment term is 20 years. If your project does not include any replacement, it's just an inventorying project, the repayment term is 5 years. How do we determine if an application of a project is eligible for principal forgiveness? Well, we use two criteria. They are the same as other SRF construction programs, water, drinking water and wastewater, either by affordability criteria that basically considers characteristics of the applicant, the community, such as size, water and sewer rates, and other socioeconomic indicators, or by using the disadvantaged area, meaning if you can demonstrate in your application that your project would benefit a disadvantaged area, and of course you can demonstrate the disadvantaged status of that area, the application can also be eligible for principal forgiveness. There's an initial cap of $1 million on the initial determination of principal forgiveness per project. That cap can be exceeded if in a round at the end of our first allocation of funds to all the eligible application, there are principal forgiveness funds remaining, and that can be used to exceed that cap of $1 million.
How does that work in this final round of the year for December, when all that's left is whatever's left of 24 and potentially 25? Is there still a likelihood to get more principal forgiveness, or would that not be as likely?
Okay, so let's say, I said earlier that if we have $20 million requested, and we only have $17 million, we're going to take $3 million from the next cap, right? However, try to go to that. Okay, so here, for example, let's say that we are at the end of the year, okay, and these are the numbers: $1 million, $4 million, $17 million. Okay, when it comes to exceeding the caps, okay, if we have with the initial allocation to all the eligible application, if we have use all the funds, there is not going to be any caps exceedance, right? For principal forgiveness.
Okay, so that the million will not.
Will not be exceeded. However, if your application was, we will talk about it in a minute, will exceed the cap, the total funded cap, not just principal forgiveness. Okay, that application will be reconsidered at the next round for the unfunded balance. So in that case, you can get all the principal forgiveness that the application will be entitled to, even if it's more than $1 million, on the following round. And because it's a rolling application type, you only have to wait a couple of months, 2 or 3 months at the most, to get all the money. All right, one of the condition is one, yes? Questions? Okay. The funds are typically provided after costs are incurred. So you have to have done some work and received invoices before we can disperse the funds. And because this is an SRF program, I hear an echo of my voice. Somebody had maybe the microphone.
Nope. Wait, someone does.
Okay. Sorry about that. The same condition that apply to SRF construction project, such as the Davis-Bacon, Prevailing Wages, American Iron and Steel, and Buy America, Build America, Buy America, apply to this project. Obviously, the project needs to involve construction. If it's an inventory-only project, chances are you're not going to use construction contractor. You're not going to have to buy construction material. So, all right, so we've been talking about inventory project, construction project. This slide illustrates the 3 types of projects that we consider. The first 2, replacing known lead service lines and verifying materials and replacing that service line, it's what we call construction project that include replacement. They have different initial funding caps. This is the total amount of the funding, what you request, the total amount that you request for the project with your application. For replacing known lead service line, the cap is $5 million. And you apply for this type of project when you already know exactly where your lead is. You don't need to do any additional investigation, field identification. You just go in, remove it, and replace it. The second replacement type of project is what we call familiarly, find and replace or find and fix, where initially, yes, you have an idea of what the lead might be, but you're not sure. So you need to do some form of verification, and whatever gets verified to be lead, you can go ahead and remove it and replace it. The total cap on the request for this project is $2 million per applicant per funding round, of which $1 million maximum should be budgeted for identification activities, so that there is a minimum of another $1 million available for replacement. And then there is the inventory only type of project that includes no replacement activities. It has an initial $1 million cap per applicant per funding round. And you can include in this type of project any form of investigation, inventory, outreach to your customers, any activities of this kind, as long as replacement of lead on your service line is not included. The funding caps, these three funding caps also can be exceeded in $500,000 increments if at the end of the initial allocation of the funds to all the eligible application, there are funds remaining available. We have a reserve at the beginning of each funding round. We reserve initial reserve of 50% of the available funds for inventory-only projects. If after all the inventory projects have been funded, there's any money left, any funds left in the reserve, those funds can be used to fund other type of projects, find and replace or replacement projects. Applicants, you can apply for different type of project in the same funding round, right? You can actually apply for multiple projects of the same kind as long as those caps are not exceeded. But even if the caps are exceeded, there might be a portion that we are able to fund, to award in that funding round, and the remainder unfunded balance will be considered at the next funding round automatically, without you having to do anything, without you having to resubmit the application. Our priority rating system is very, very similar to the priority rating system that you have seen extensively today for construction projects. We have project purpose, project benefits. We don't have at the moment system management. We don't grant priority points for good management practices, but that can change in the future. And then we have affordability. So three priority categories. First one, category one, is the project purpose. As you can see, we have those three type of projects that define the possible purpose of your project. So either remove known lead, that's the line item 1A. It grants the application the highest number of purpose points, 20. The next is 1B for the find and replace projects, where you're not absolutely discerned where the lead is. You still need to do additional investigation, but you're prepared to remove it and replace it wherever it is found. 15 points for that. And then 1C is the inventory only project, no replacement activities, 10 points on. So you can see why, because inventory only have the lowest priority in the project purpose category, in order to make sure that we're gonna fund inventory project, that the big construction project are not gonna take up all the funds available, we established that 50% reserve for inventory only project. But we have seen that every round that we had so far, that inventory, that 50% has never been used entirely for inventory because there were not enough inventory eligible application to take up all those funds. So the money has been used also for the other type of projects. The project benefit category only includes two line items. They're both associated with action level exceedances for lead. So if you have a documented action level exceedance at a certain location, a certain area, and your project resolves that, basically, typically it removes the lead or the source of lead and basically eliminates that action level exceedance, 5 points for that. If the project is just an inventory, in other words, your inventory activities are going to identify the source of lead for that exceedance, but not remove it, you can claim 2 points. And the third priority category available, affordability, is exactly the same as for SRF construction projects. So it's based on, the affordability criteria, number of connections or the size of the system, the combined monthly utility rates for water and sewer at a monthly usage of 5,000 gallons, and local units of government indicators. You will notice that for C4 at the bottom is 5 points for project benefits, the project benefiting disadvantaged area. Of course, you can claim any of the applicable 4C line item points. For example, if you have 5 out of 5 LGU indicators worse than the state benchmark, you can claim 7 points. And then if you also, your project benefits a disadvantaged area, you can also claim the 5 points for the project, for 4C4. We will give you only one of the two. Typically, we give you the higher one. So don't be afraid of claiming that 4C4 if you qualify for 4C2 or 4C3, because we will give you all the points that you can earn, okay? But it's important to claim and to put in the narrative the demonstration that the project benefits the disadvantaged area, because that might be your ticket to get principal forgiveness. Finally, here is the front page of the rolling application form. I believe Jennifer talked about it this morning. So this is the form to use, and that's the link on our website where to find it. Any questions before we move to the next segment?
It's 5 o'clock. So I think we're going to
Skip it.
skip the last section, because I know I want to get out of here. I know y'all want to get out of here. So I think we'll go ahead and do that. We're saving David another presentation. So thank you guys for coming. I am trying to get a Smartsheet link up and running. I have a link to an evaluation. I will send it out on Monday to you because Smartsheet's not cooperating with me to give me the link. So thank you for coming. For those of you online, you'll be getting that link Monday morning. So please do take about 5, it takes you maybe 5 minutes if that to fill it out. It really helps us as we prep for our next training. Uh-oh, someone just cut on my computer. Anyway, so I thank you for coming. Those of you who come and listen and come to the training, you tend to do better. Ask us questions, call us. I know you will. Y'all are very good about that. We can do draft reviews and give you recommendations. We won't tell you for sure, oh yeah, you'll get these points, but we'll give you recommendations on if you need to improve your application. So that's it. We will be posting the presentation next week that will have this last module we're not going to do. And then we'll also be posting the recording. It may take a little bit longer than a couple of days. So please be aware of that. And I think that's it. Thank you for coming, and we will see you down the road.